Hello. Oh, yes. Okay, we got the mic fucking working. Holy shit. Uh, okay, the mic's working. Everything's working now. Hello, the market one. Uh, welcome to the stream. Happy New Year. Out of truck. You're out of truck. You're out of time. But you're out of my head when you're not around. What up? We're doing some flying. Let's hit this portal. Boom. Portal. What up? Anthemic Lullaby, Joshua. I'll go for the next portal. Boom. Chain in portals. I've been playing this game with a controller the whole time, but so you know what? I'm gonna go for the portal. I'm gonna go for this portal down here. 'Cause these are 3,000 points. I could have gone for the next one, but let's try a little bit of a risky. Shouldn't be too risky. Oh, that was close. But we're good. I'm gonna hit the portal. I don't like this map. This has to be a high score, right? It turns out there's more to the meta of this game than I had realized. Oh, it's not quite my high score. My high score is 10k. Yeah, for now we're flying. We might be doing some trucking later. We might be doing lots of things. I don't fully know. I said trucking, but I don't actually know if we're gonna be trucking. I don't know if I want to. I don't really know what I want to do. Whoa, this is a cool map. I also have to eat some breakfast at some point. Yeah, it's breakfast for me. This is the morning for me. This is wake up. Release Men Have a Moment. It's released. It's on Osaka at night. I was thinking about this yesterday. About Men Have a Moment. I even briefly mentioned it in a video I recorded, which will be out soonish. So the problem with releasing Men Have a Moment, the real on game, yeah. So there's a couple of problems with it. I feel like I waited too long. The first thing was I feel like I waited too long and it's lost its punch. And the second thing is kind of related to that, which is I feel like I waited too long and a lot of the memes that I reference are kind of outdated and stale now. Which just kind of makes the album a bit lame. So I think if I do release it, I'm gonna have to like in the title, I'm gonna have to make sure I put it like when it was originally made. So people know that I'm not stuck on old memes, or so the context makes the memes make sense, you know. So yeah, I'm gonna do that at some point. It's just a matter of doing it, really. There was another reason. I don't know why. There was a reason I didn't want to release it in the first place, which is it has some pretty edgy jokes in it. And the whole album feels a little mean-spirited, I suppose. Which I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. Like, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but I just wasn't sure what to do with it at the time. But yeah, I'll probably upload it fairly soon. I'll probably put it out somewhere. It does feel like punching down. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Like I don't know why. That's why, like, otherwise I would have released it just instantly. But yeah, I think you got it. You phrased it correctly. Like, there's parts that just feel like punching down, and again, kind of mean spirited. That just made me think, like, I don't know if I actually want to put this out. Um, so I don't know. Yeah, maybe, but it's not like anyone cares about Yes Thank You albums anyway. Um, yeah, and then I have these 4 No Thank You tracks that I kind of want to. I might just put them all out as singles. One of them isn't. Yeah, Yes Thank You is a character, but then so is No Thank You. We're all characters. Yeah, that's true. Um, hmm. Yeah, there's these 4 No Thank You tracks, kind of indie rock style tracks, where I just went for 4 days in a row. I was just making like indie rock bangers, and then like it was like every day I would pump one out for 4 days in a row, and then one day I just lost the ability. So I have these like 4 pretty good indie rock songs, like kind of poppy indie songs, which are a little bit out of style for me. One of them kind of sounds like The Pillows. Um, oh, one of them kind of sounds like, I don't know what it sounds like. But I'm not really sure what to do because they're not really like I could always put them out as an EP, but I don't feel like they tell it that they're very cohesive. My original thing that I was planning to do was just to make an album, but um, I don't think I want to make an album in that style, or even can. I mean, I've been trying to make more songs that are good in that style, and I just seem to have sort of used up all of my ideas. Like, I made 4 songs that are like 4 different archetypes of a kind of indie pop deal. And so then every other song I've made just feels like a play on one of those 4 archetypes. It's Plant B is here. Game over. What is this game? This is I think it's called Superflight. I found it because Tim Rogers reviewed it for Kotaku.com. And I thought, this looks fun. It's almost like a toy, more so than a game, I suppose. That's true, Osaka. Osaka Syndrome is mean-spirited. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Yeah, I've tried Osu. It's alright. I'm not the biggest rhythm game guy, but I'm not the smallest rhythm game guy either. I'm kind of neutral on rhythm games. I used to play. There was a while when I was playing Osu every day. like really early on into me being actually having a PC. Like one of the first things when I got a PC, I pretty much the first things I did were play TF2 and OSU, and I used to play OSU. I was never good at it. Don't like get me wrong. I'm not saying I used to be good and now I just haven't practiced for a while. No, I was never good even when I was practicing every day. I've considered getting back into it a few times, especially now that I have like a drawing tablet that I used to be playing with mouse. But I don't know, it's not that appealing to me. I like games that have characters and momentum and movement in them, but in a 3D space specifically. That's like my favorite type of game. Yeah, that's true. You do say that a lot, Osaka. My plan for breakfast is I'm just gonna have rice and a can of tuna, because we're pretty low on food right now in this house. Oh, I should probably explain the point of this game to you guys that are here. Yeah, it was when you were a tanky. I kind of, you know what the problem is with arguing with tankies, is that like a lot of I do love saying this. I know it's we do a little trolling. What can I say? We do a little bit of trolling around here. Okay, we do a little bit of trolling, just a touch, and we do a touch of trolling. You're gonna, it's just a little bit of trolling. Anyway, the problem with arguing with tankies is that tankyism, like unlike let's say the equivalent on the right, fascism. Like fascism is mainly ideological and it's very nationalistic, right? The idea is, like, if you're American, America needs to be fascist because America is like uniquely whatever. It like has some unique superiority over other countries. Whereas what tankies argue is a little different. They basically say Russia was a terrible place to do communism, but look how well they did it anyway, just because communism is so amazing, which is a bit interesting. But what that leads to is, rather than fascists, fascists or Nazis or whatever, they do a little bit, obviously they do some like historical revisionism, especially Holocaust denial. But tankies are different in that their entire ideology is based on having like ultra specific knowledge about the Soviet Union and, maybe Maoist China. And no one else has this knowledge because it's like really like a nerdy thing to be into, right? It's like ultra specific historical knowledge. And the only reason to even pursue that knowledge is if you're like ideologically motivated. I mean, unless you're just like really, for some reason, really into the history of the Soviet Union for other reasons, which maybe you are, but most people are not. And so this is the problem, is that tankies have all of this super specific knowledge about the Soviet Union that is obviously extremely ideologically biased, because the only reason they have that knowledge in the first place is to back up their ideology. It's not like these people just started looking into the Soviet Union innocently and then decided, actually, I'm going to base my ideology around this. They decided to have an ideology in which the Soviet Union has to be good. Like, you can't be a tanky and also believe that the Soviet Union, wasn't good, or that Maoist China wasn't good. You can't be a Maoist. You know what I'm saying, right? And so, right, and they'll say stuff like this, right? They'll say like, oh, and the vast majority of the sources, since there's so much CIA propaganda surrounding the Soviet Union, we use like these conservative sources and so on. But like even then you can see that like the Soviet Union was so great. And the problem isn't that like it's very obvious that they're using like manipulative cherry pick data and not telling the full story, because it's just very like you can tell from talking to them, like you don't have to even, if you have any like understanding of how countries work, you know that there's never been a country that good. It's obviously just from like everyday experience that the Soviet Union was not actually as utopic as they put it out to be. But the problem is that no one has that knowledge. Like this is why tankyism like spreads so well. It doesn't even spread that well, but it spreads really well with like a very specific subset of autistic nerds, is because it's really they have a lot of this cherry pick data, right? Some of it's just made up, because they will accuse the same conservative sources they cite of being like made up or heavily biased or nonsense or whatever, right? But they still cite them. It's a very strange situation. Or actually, it's specifically propaganda. That's what they say. It's the CIA most of the time. Whenever something doesn't, this is like the meme, right? Is that whenever something doesn't align with tankyism, they just say it was the CIA. The point is that it doesn't matter what they say. They could say in the USSR, there's actually a report from some obscure report that's never been translated, only in Russian, and it's in a letter from Stalin, and Stalin says we should give free food to everyone, and that this is how you can see that the USSR really was building communism, or something like that. And it's like, whether or not that letter exists, I don't know. I have no way of knowing. I'm not a massive Soviet nerd. No one is, except for you guys. So it's like you can't. Hold on. You want to see? You want to know something really fucking funny? You guys want to know something really funny? I've got a really good funny thing to point out. So I started going off on tankies, and then Ayumu Kasuga got really defensive as if I was attacking them. Hold on, isn't that a little funny? Isn't that a little strange? You'll notice if you were to go back in the VOD, I never said the thing about Osaka is they do this. I never said that. I didn't say it. I just didn't. What I said was tankies, and somehow, very strange. I wonder. Very interesting, very strange. Why Osaka started getting very defensive. It's very interesting, I have to say. This was not intended. This was not my intention. I wasn't trying to do a gotcha on you, Osaka. You gotcha'd yourself. I was just talking about tankies because I don't like them, right? And neither do you, by the way. At least, nominally, you don't. So it's a little strange that you're playing defense so hard for them. No, I did not say a single piece of wrong information. I could, you know what? Let's do it. Let's respond. We're Destiny now. Let's respond. Okay. The vast majority of sources that I already responded to that. And yes, I was one of those people who just happened to be into history and then got into communism. And I learned that I was wrong because I was still into history. Also, Necro Veronica, Plant B is currently casting your stream in a Discord VC and muted it and is playing Azumanga clip audio over it. Based. Literally, who claims the USSR was a utopia? Okay, Osaka, let's use our brains for a second. Come on. Do you think that when I said that... Oh, my mic just fell apart. My mic stand just fell apart. Do you think when I said that, I was talking in literal terms or in hyperbolic terms? let's think. Do you think that I would make the claim, like, you know me, right? We've been friends for a long time. Do you think I would make the claim that all tankies think the USSR was a literal perfect communist utopia? You think I would be saying that? You think I would unironically believe that? Or do you think it's possible that I was using the word utopia hyperbolically to basically mean they say it's very good? They say it was very good and much better than the US at the same time. Which, I'm not even denying that. Like, I'm not even out here. So I never even really criticized the USSR this whole time. I never even really criticized the USSR, which I should be doing. You really think that I think that? Lots of people. Okay, when I say really good, what I mean is better than the US at the same time, which is the big deal that they all talk about, right? They all really care about who was better, because that's the historical framing that the East versus West, communism versus capitalism, USSR versus USA. That's how it's always framed historically, because that was that was what was important at the time. There was sort of a culture war going on. And so when I say that, obviously I'm talking about it within its historical context. Everyone's leaving because this is just a dumb fucking argument. No, obviously the USSR was not good. I don't know, man. The problem is, right, like, I need to stop writing this shit down. I don't know, Osaka, I literally never came at you. I don't know why you're getting defensive. All I said was, like, the problem with arguing with tankies is that they all have this hyper-specific knowledge of the USSR, and I just don't care enough to go out of my way to actually check every single one of their claims and, like, read a whole bunch of books about the USSR, because that shit's not very interesting to me. It's kind of boring to me, which is, I think it's probably kind of boring to most people, but that doesn't... I think this is a really weird thing to disagree with. Your point is that no, actually tankies do not have hyper-specific knowledge about the USSR, or that the only defense the only two positions you can have is either A, tankies do not have hyper-specific knowledge about the USSR, or B, tankies have about the same knowledge as everyone else, meaning everyone else also has hyper-specific knowledge about the USSR. Both of those are clearly not true. So I don't really understand your point at all. All I'm saying is it's really hard to argue or debunk tanky talking points if you're not a history buff, if you're not a history nerd, because a lot of their talking points depend on having hyper-specific knowledge about various historical events. That's all I said. That's all I ever said. But you haven't actually made a point, so it's kind of hard to understand it. You're just sort of, I don't know. You're just sort of, I don't think you made a point at any. Where's your point? Your point was, I was into history and then got into communism. It's not really a response to what I said. Who claims the USSR was a utopia? No one, not me. There's none of this was a point, The only point you made was that the vast majority of sources that tanky cite is conservative, which is, again, it's for someone who claims not to be a tanky, it's interesting how hard you play defense for them. What up, Zeta Peas? We do a bit of flying. What's that game you're playing? I believe it's called Superflight. Like the Cassiopeia album. Nope, that was a response to a specific thing you said. You said that the only people who research communism are the people who are ideologically motivated. Not quite what I said. Close, you're close, but it's not actually quite what I said. You can't even remember your own points. I don't know why you're getting so aggressive here. No, my point was not the only people who research the USSR. What you said was the only people who research communism are the people who are ideologically motivated. You think I would like this is the weird thing, is that you're arguing. Like you should know that I shouldn't have to defend myself from this, right? You're taking a really weird strategy here where you're like willfully misinterpreting things I say in a way that like no reasonable person would ever think. Do you know what I mean? Like people on the internet do this all the time. Like no reasonable person would ever think that that's the actual point I'm making, right? That no one researches communism unless they're ideologically motivated. You obviously, you know, no reasonable person would assume that that's what I meant. But for some reason, you're like willfully misinterpreting the things I'm saying. I don't know why you're doing this. I don't think that's an autism thing. I think it's just a weird argumentative tactic you've decided to use because it's really common on the internet and it's extremely annoying. Welcome, Pewter P. I agree. Zeta Peas is not Pakistani. Shame, really. That is correct information. Oh god, there's e-daters. There's e-daters in my chat. What is happening? Yeah, bro, what? Ugh. I don't. Oh yeah, I do have a PS2, but I don't have Half-Life. I would rather play Half-Life on PC. Why would? I feel like Half-Life with a controller would be a fucking miserable experience. How do I get a pickup game as good as Zeta Piece? You know the pickup. This is you don't know the new Zoom awards for these things, guys. You call it Riz now. How do you get Riz as that's what they call it? I'm aiming for this. You think I got this? I think the hole's bigger than I thought it was. It looked smaller from far away. I refuse. No Riz, annoying TikTok words. Yeah, I know. I agree. It is an annoying TikTok word. Riz training order? No, thank you, Riz God. Riz is easy, man. You just scream until they give you your number. Give you their number. And then if it's a fake number, you just... let's back up out of this joke. Okay, let's back up out of this joke. This is a really fun, like, casual game. It takes a while to get used to the controls and the physics, but it's pretty fun. Can I call in? I suppose so. Don't call in. I don't think anyone wants to hear us have this argument, but sure, you can call in. If you call me on Discord, it should be fine. Hold on. My mic settings are wrong. Yeah. I need to fix my mic settings. Nope. I just need to fix my mic settings. Check, test. Hold on.
You're still muted.
Hello. Output device. This. Voice settings. Check. I mean, this seems to be working. Okay, well, I don't know why this isn't working. I never get to join streams. I have to restart. Well, I have to, like, hold on a minute. How do I do this? Okay, I'll just, apologies. I just gotta, hello? Oh my god, why is it not picking up my fucking mic? This is so annoying. Check. Nope. Check. Okay, but now it seems to be working. Oh, it says it doesn't have access to my microphone. I have to restart my, oh wait, I have the Discord app installed, right? Hold on. Sorry stream. This is a little bit scuffed. Touch scuffed. Oh, this is Dotesmite's Discord. Let me get the fuck out of here and not read their messages. Hello, can you hear me now?
I can.
Finally, okay. I had to use the Discord app. Normally I just use the web browser version.
You don't have like a super hardened version of Firefox on Dotesmite's computer, so there's not much
No.
browser version.
I'm using a Qt browser, not Firefox.
Oh, I see.
My Qt browser config is like reasonably hardened. It's not insane.
Yeah.
I can't hear. Oh, it says Osaka is very quiet. Hold on. If I do that, say something.
Okay. Hello.
Okay, you should be loud now, but I'm gonna have to turn the game volume down a bit. 1 second. Okay, there you go. Everything should be good now.
Yeah, I don't think we actually disagree on anything. It was very interesting to me because you were just presenting observations that I made as me being defensive, even though I was just being funny.
I disagree. I think I've noticed this before. Like the thing is, I don't really want to get into this with you. About like, I've been thinking.
It's content.
Okay, sure. I guess it's kind of content. I've been thinking. What I need to do is I just don't want to get into it yet, because I need to collect evidence. Like but I can't. I don't know. If I tell you, then you're gonna just like purposely not do it because you're like, oh, you're collecting evidence on me.
Oh, I can clearly tell what you're doing though.
I mean,
just from
what do you mean what I'm
that you
doing?
sent me like earlier today.
What do you mean what I'm doing?
I mean, it seems like you're trying to build inside of your head like an expose to prove that I'm still a tanky, but you feel like there's not enough evidence. So you're trying. What you're going to try to do is ask me like leading questions.
That's not my plan. No, my plan was just that because you just like say tanky shit all the time. But I like, you know me, like I don't have a very good memory. And especially normally it's just like offhand comments that like aren't particularly memorable anyway. It's just, you know, not it's very rare that we're like having a unofficial Dodgy Bro episode, RedTube 100% content, so real. Yeah. it's rare that we're like having a conversation that is, was the USSR good anymore? Maybe 5 years ago we would have had that conversation, but we don't really do it anymore because, reasons.
Yeah.
Um, so it's normally just like offhand comments that aren't super memorable anyway, and I don't have the best memory. So my thing was like when you just naturally do it, I should start taking note of it.
Mhm.
Because you do it a lot. Like you'll defend the USSR and China, like much more than most anarchists, most
Wait, I
self-proclaimed
defend
anarchists.
China?
Yeah, you've defended. Yes, you do actually. Like I don't think that you're even aware of it, but you. And when I say defend, like I'm obviously not as hardcore as like an actual tanky would defend it. But my point really is just that like there's some stuff about your understanding of these countries and their history that I think hasn't been refreshed since you were a tanky. Like you haven't gone out of your way to get new information. I think I've told you this before.
I think you assume that I'm like Dotes Might brained, talking about like the gold standard or some crazy shit like
Doubts
that.
never
Like,
even talks. This is like another weird thing you have. You think like Doubts is like an ANCAP or something.
yeah, well, no, I think they're a neo-Nazi, but
Why
like,
do you think they're a neo-Nazi?
because they unironically believe in black separatism.
Oh,
Like
I
they
see.
think that because my ancestors did slavery 100 years ago, I'm guilty of being white. Like,
Do they think that? I don't think they think that.
yes, no, I've literally had a conversation with them. You can ask them where they've said this to me on multiple occasions. Like I'm only ever able to get them to like slightly change their perspective, and it's strictly in the context of that one conversation. Then they just revert back to it the next time. Uh, but
Strange.
to yeah, I guess to address what you're actually saying, I mean, I think there's merit to the claim that I haven't entirely refreshed my knowledge on a lot of this stuff simply because there's so much shit. Like,
Yeah.
no one can be expected to like look through every single detail.
Well,
But at the
that was
same
exactly
time,
my point, right? Earlier
but
is that no one can be expected to like, refute every tanky talking point if they're not like a history expert professor on the USSR. You know what I'm trying to say?
yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, though, I agree with you much more than it seems like you were able to tell. I think I was kind of explaining myself pretty badly because it was through like text chat. I agree, but at the same time, like the reason why I changed my perspective on a lot of this stuff, was not because like I had an refined, non-objective way of looking at history back then. I simply hadn't seen enough of the history. I think like there were edge cases where I was certainly very ideological and delusional up to the very end of like, me being a tanky. I think that's true. But like I in comparison to other like self-described tankies or whatever, at that time I said way more critical stuff of the USSR than just about anybody who was in that sphere. And because of that, like I was able to be kind of respected by like a lot of anarchist people who also did a lot of that research and disagreed with me on it. So it's not like I didn't have a nuanced perspective on it. Um, like I had simply not seen,
Mm.
more of the counter evidence. And when I saw that, I changed my opinion. So
Yeah,
like,
I mean, there's definitely there's, but I think the thing that's got me thinking about this is that so I was I've been listening to a bunch of contemporary classical music recently. Don't ask.
mhm,
Um,
yeah,
and obviously some of these composers lived in or around the USSR, and so naturally, when you're listening to their music and researching their lives, like you find out the level of censorship that they had to like bypass. And this has kind of changed my mind on some stuff because Osaka in the past used to argue with me and say like, oh well, you were actually more free to make whatever sort of art you wanted as long as it didn't critique the party. But actually, going through these composers' lives, I'm finding out that that is not the case at all. Like they couldn't make experimental avant-garde music that was actually what they wanted to do. They had to stick to sort of a Soviet realist, socialist realist style.
Uh, Well, I mean, if we're talking about the subject of socialist realism, you have also heard me in many conversations compare it to the neo-Nazis'
That's
conception
true.
of
That's true. Yeah.
degenerated art.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
if I had to assume, you're probably talking about composers that existed in the Stalin era, which I have always been critical of as far as art is concerned. And I can look at public statements I've made to prove that.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah. I know. I'm. Well, this is why it's kind of. This is why I was surprised when you sort of. I forget exactly what you said. I could scroll back through our messages, but the other day when I mentioned this like art censorship thing, and you said like it wasn't that bad. I didn't push you on it because I just don't know them. I like you could probably own me with citations and whatever because I only
yeah,
really know the like details about a couple of composers like Shostakovich and stuff.
yeah.
Wait, is that the one
I
I'm
I
thinking of?
mean,
Not Shostakovich.
uh,
Who the
yeah,
fuck am I thinking of? I forgot his name, but whatever. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, the thing is, most of my knowledge pertains to movies, and like when I had shared that, you're talking about a specific George Lucas clip that I used to share around a lot when I would make this point. Like, I don't think Lucas was entirely right in that
Yeah.
clip. And like there were specific filmmakers that were like jailed under like the pretense that they were homosexual. They probably weren't, but they just did that so they could put certain filmmakers in jail because there was a kind of symbolism that they didn't like in movies and stuff.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit more complicated than just you couldn't critique the party line. But at the same time, like I think there's a legitimate point to be made that because their system wasn't based on the profit motive, there was a lot more room for like experimental movies to be made. A lot of my favorite movies were made in the Soviet Union
That's true.
because they have these like 10-minute scenes of like people laying in grass and shit
Yeah.
and like looking at these beautiful landscapes and stuff.
Yeah, but that's interesting is that in terms of cinema, the Soviet Union was uh, more experimental than the West. But in terms of contemporary classical music, um, the Soviets were much more how do I put it, limiting on what could be made. Like you look at Russian-born composers who left the Soviet Union to compose in the West, and they were doing much more out there experimental shit uh, during the Stalin era than was permitted in the Soviet Union. Uh, and obviously, in terms of visual art, the socialist realist style of painting was sort of the main thing that was permitted, and
Yeah,
there was a lot more radical experimentation in America at the same time than was allowed in Russia.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's an easy explanation for it with music. Like one theory I might be able to provide is that um I think a lot of the censors just didn't understand the medium very well and they were like kind of applying their subjective opinion, which is what like authoritarian governments tend to do this, right? Like it's kind of an ineffectual like bureaucratic
Hmm.
approach to assessing art.
You're saying
Um,
that like rather than having these sorts of strict principles, uh, like laws to adhere to, it's more just the subjective opinions of whoever has the power.
yeah,
Almost,
I think
almost,
so.
almost like some kind of Russian lawlessness.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, you've heard me talk about
yeah, yeah.
that. Um, yeah, yeah. So I don't even like really disagree with you all that much.
No, I didn't think
That's
you.
why.
But that's the thing is like when pushed, you don't disagree with me. Generally speaking, like when pushed, but this is like the thing that I just wanted to like. That's why it's hard for me to notice that you say a lot of stuff that is kind of defensive of the USSR and even China to some extent, to a lesser extent, but still. Um, but then if I like push back on it, you sort of come to your senses and you don't really defend it.
Well,
But you still
I
will like mention stuff that kind of strikes me as a little odd. But again,
well, I mean, oh, sorry,
well,
go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say I don't have a document of every time you've said something. You know what I mean, right? Like I don't have the
Yeah, I mean, I
evidence.
don't expect you to have that, but I can actually help your argument. I can provide examples of what you're talking about. Um, so I think one of the things you're probably thinking about, actually multiple of them probably come from that live stream we did when I was at your house, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things. But we were both kind of
Yeah,
memeing in that live stream.
yeah,
So
exactly.
yeah.
Like
But
I
I
was
think there was a
intentionally.
I think I like if I'm being completely honest, I think I kind of believe that was an example of like give a man a mask and he'll tell the truth kind of thing. Where it was like you were using the fact that we were kind of memeing to give your honest opinions without and then with like plausible deniability. Like I kind of believe that.
You think I was like Fuentes?
A little bit, a little bit.
I mean, the thing is, I wanted to give off that vibe. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny to kind of talk like a left neo-Nazi, you know? Like I just find the way that those guys talk like legitimately endearing, and so I'm doing it all the time, which is part of why I get into so much fucking trouble is because I like talking like those guys. Um, I got kicked out of a country because I like talking like a fascist so much. Like, you know what I mean?
I think if you hadn't
Like,
been holding a gun in that video, you would have been fine. That's my take.
yeah, I mean, probably Kanakistan, they're scared of guns.
They're terrified of guns.
Yeah. Uh, um, I mean, like, but you see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just kind of a shit poster, and so, I mean, I can't, like, the only thing I can really do to push back on your theory that, like, that was how I truly felt or whatever, I think that's how I want to feel. Like, I think it would be more interesting if I thought all the stuff that I was joking about in that live stream, just because, like, being an anarchist is kind of boring. And, like, aesthetically, it's not.
It's so true.
Yeah. Aesthetically, it's not really cool. Like being authoritarian it's way more sexy, you know?
Yeah,
Uh,
it's way
yeah.
more edgy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
And I
like
like
the
being,
thing
yeah.
this is like a big problem is that like you know what do I want to I don't know if I want to get into this on live stream because it's kind of pretty fucking politically out there.
Uh-huh.
But you remember the other day I'll just like this was a little bit of my point the other day when I was talking to you about Ron DeSanctimonious and I had just woken up and I said some like weird shit about that. Do you remember?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, like one of the things that I was um gonna say, I think like my main point, I never really talked to you about it. You know what? I'll just say it on live stream because fuck it, who cares?
Mhm.
My main point was really that like there's a lot of hysteria around politics and that like I really don't think that having a far right wing president, firstly it's not unprecedented. You know, there's been a lot of far right wing presidents, maybe not quite as far right as Ron DeSantis, but there's been quite a few. Um, and that like I don't think just having a far right president really can like undo the Constitution or that sort of thing. Like I think there's a lot of hysteria, um, like fear mongering by the media and by the Democrats. I mean, obviously, I'm saying this as if it's a one-sided affair. There's way more, or there's like at least the same amount of fear mongering coming from the other side. You know, like they're grooming your kids, and it's insane. But
Uh,
yeah, I think there's a lot of fear mongering about how bad these sorts of things are, and
I can, oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, like but one of the things I was gonna say is, hey, like even if like fascists come into power, at least it'll make it edgy and cool to be a leftist again.
No, I mean I can vibe with that. I don't like having to defend like this hegemonic monoculture that is social progressivism. Like it feels weird to do that. It like intuitively I want to go against the man and like, you know, I no, I agree with you on that front. But um like I I think I think there's a lot of evidence to prove that Ron DeSantis is not just like a normal, he wouldn't just be a normal far right president. Like, um, it, like the things that Ronald Reagan or Richard Nixon did, a lot of those things were very, far right, very bad, but they weren't unprecedented. Like when DeSantis is like legalizing running over protesters,
Yeah, that's just funny.
I, and like creating registries for the political views of like teachers and professors, and is like outright banning certain
That is
forms of speech.
that is
Like
hella
this is
precedented. No,
unprecedented.
that is not
No,
unprecedented. It's just the Red Scare 2.0.
I mean, like I I don't like okay, I need to put this into context. So when those things were allowed to be done in the United States, we were at a much lower level of economic development. And like this is something that generally occurs like in countries when they're developing, like when they're first getting out of poverty, and building like major
The
centers of
US is
industry.
the US was never really in poverty.
It absolutely was when like the Palmer raids and
Oh,
McCarthyism and these
okay.
sorts of things were
Mm,
occurring. Like, uh,
it wasn't great, but it was still a global superpower.
you have to consider that like, well, it wasn't really until like a bit after World War II, but like,
Yeah,
you
that's
have to
true. But
consider
we're talking
we're
about that.
talking about
We're
we're
talking
talking
about
about
it.
capitalism here. Like, it it a country like having a lot of wealth is not the same thing as it being like developed, like, and
Yeah,
having that
yeah.
wealth distributed to a point where like
Oh, if you're
certain social freedoms can be allowed.
okay, sure. If you're talking like that, then yeah.
Yeah, okay. um so it the reason why I think this stuff is unprecedented, even though like some of it has occurred in the past, is like
Oh, I
it
agree. Olalelia would love this game.
it has been the precedent for so many decades now that you're allowed to say what you think and think what you think, and that like you stand the chance of not just getting ran over. Like you know what I
But
mean, like
but like this is what's interesting is that you're like, isn't the left advocating for the same thing? I know you disagree with the left when they advocate for this, but like the same sort of speech controls that exist in a country like Canada, is it not the same thing? Like they're
no,
both
I
defenses against perceived harm. Like the right aren't lying. They genuinely think that like transgenders are gonna groom your kids and rape them or whatever the fuck they think. Like
well, I mean, this is the thing. If it were legitimately true that trans and gay people were going to groom children, then of course those restrictions on speech would be defensible. But that's not true.
yeah, I mean,
And
but like
like,
what I'm saying is, um, both obviously we are both coming at this from a post lefty kind of perspective. Oh, you're just a lefty, I don't know, but I'm like a postie. From like what I mean is from a perspective where we have we don't think they're right about that sort of thing. At least most of it. Some of it they're right about, but not the gay stuff. Uh,
yeah,
um, and I would like to say I'm pretty confident in that, but um, how do I put it? That's I still acknowledge that I am just a flawed human being, and like there is a small chance that I am wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like, like of course we're sitting here like, okay, but it's fine when we do it because we're objectively correct and we have the data to back it up, but so do they. And their data, we can critique their data and they can critique ours. But at the end of the day, the point of freedom of speech and these sorts of rights is to assume that people are corruptible and to assume that the people in charge might get it wrong a lot of the time. And these rights protect people from that sort of thing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, how do I put this? Like, I'm trying to. I like. I don't understand. Like, if you're tacitly playing defense for like the Ron DeSantis stuff on the basis that people might just be wrong about the gays or whatever,
that's not quite what I'm saying.
Isn't that an argument for freedom of speech and not like doing these like restrictions?
Oh yeah, it is
movement and like personal expression.
I'm not in favor of Ron DeSantis. Of course, that isn't. Yes, you're correct. That is an argument in favor of freedom of speech and that against that sort of thing.
Okay, so you just have my position then.
Well, no, my point is that this is not unprecedented because the left has been doing it for years, and this is just the same sorts of policy decisions just coming from the other side.
Well, I disagree.
The left set the precedent.
Wait.
The reason that DeSantis can get away with this stuff is because leftists have been popularizing the idea in public consciousness of there are certain types of speech that need to be controlled and stuff like this.
No one in the United States legitimately believes that there are certain types of speech that need to be controlled except for the right. Like, this is a fiction. Like,
I just don't believe you. I mean, I've heard, how many times have I heard the screaming fire in a crowded building argument from Americans,
That's like two people. Like, I don't like. I'm talking about like mainstream.
Yeah, I'm talking about mainstream Democrats as well. I mean, just look at.
Talking about Vaush, who lives on the.
I don't know anything about Vaush. I've never watched a Vaush video, or stream or anything. I've seen like clips of him. That's it. I'm talking
people
about
who are terminally online and like literally 19 years old.
You think that no, you're literally wrong. This is like the mainstream like gigalib opinion. If you go and like look at the New York Times or major universities, they regurgitate this. I mean, just recently, what's gone viral is this list of like banned speech. I forget what fucking university it was. Do you know this?
I know what you're talking about, and I know the free speech on college campuses thing. Those are academics. That's not representative of the general population. I can show you poll after poll after poll that shows that a majority of Democrat voters and Republicans.
No, I agree. That's fine. But what I'm saying is those majority of Democrat voters don't have the same power that those academics and journalists and so on have. So it doesn't really matter what the majority of the voters.
And that sounds like this is a pretty undemocratic system.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't. Yeah, which is like kind of been my point this whole time. But I want to push back on this. Just to kind of get back to what you were saying, I want to push back on this idea that it's like fundamentally the same thing, and that the left set the precedent for banning speech. Because I think like something like Holocaust denial, for example, like this has no place in rational discourse. I don't think like it does anything except make the conversation harder to have, because you have to argue against all of these guys who have like 100 extremely obscure quote unquote facts that you have to individually go through by like reading all of their like hyper obscure sources. Like it.
Hey, isn't this what we were just talking about with tankies?
And I don't think they should be allowed to do it. Or wait, I don't think it's good when they do it either. So like it's equally like undemocratic and toxic to the discourse when they do it. And so like I think there are certain settled matters, like in the case of genocide or in the case of like undemocratic authoritarian principles, both on the left and the right, that we can recognize because a large majority of historians and experts have spent decades looking through the data and have been able to make cogent arguments in regards to it. And then in like with something like the Holocaust, this is something that applied to like literally millions of people. Like you know, do you agree with me when I say that the Holocaust happened? Like,
Yeah.
uh, and
I
that
mean,
it was roughly speaking 6 million Jews that died, right?
they died.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't
So,
like this 6 million Jews figure because
oh boy.
because it wasn't just 6 million Jews. It was 10 million people, 6 million of whom were Jews. And
Yeah.
like I think it doesn't do justice to the scale of the Holocaust when we focus only on. I mean, obviously that was the worst part, but like it's not. There's a few extra million people that you're missing out when you only say like, and the Holocaust killed 6 million Jews. No, it killed 10 million people. 6 million of whom were Jews, the rest of whom were communist, disabled, gay, black, etc.
Is this like when Jeremy Corbyn wanted to rename the Holocaust Museum to the Genocide Memorial Museum?
No, this is not like that.
I'm just messing with you. I agree. But like the thing is, a lot of these people, like their main contention is the idea that anywhere near that many Jews died. Like they'll say it's more something like 245,000 and etc.
Yeah, I don't. Political arguments should be decided by a fight to the death. I would fucking destroy Osaka in a fight to the
Trial
death.
by combat?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just much bigger than you. Like, it wouldn't be fair at all.
I would have a gun. I could just shoot you.
Well, it would be a fair fight, right? Either we're doing hand-to-hand combat or we're doing a pistol duel. In which case, you would probably win a pistol duel because I just don't have much experience with firearms.
Yeah. Yeah, but also firearms are the great equalizer. So I feel like if someone is really strong and big and then you give a small person a gun, it's like about the same.
No, that's not really the case.
I mean, have you seen like Jackie Chan able to like kick a gun out of someone's hand? Like,
that's not real. Those are movies.
Much like the Holocaust.
Whoa.
To any members of the Canadian government who may be monitoring my every move, that was in fact a satirical joke.
We're making fun. We're making fun of Holocaust denials. We're not. Yes.
We are making fun of people who are far right. Please listen to the context and everything else I said in the stream, and don't deport me. Thanks.
Yeah, Osaka isn't far right, unless you count supporting China as far right.
Yeah, interesting. But no,
You're the sort of person who would defend the zero COVID policy. I feel like you would be like, that's actually.
Zizek is. I'm not.
Zizek's fucking retarded if he does that.
Zizek's based.
Zizek is generally based, but he's been getting a little less based recently. I feel like
because of his stance on defending the Ukraine from Russia. Is that why?
No. I'm not. I'm talking about before that. He's been going a little too hard on the like Jordan Peterson talking points. I feel like.
Oh yeah, he thinks pronouns are fascist. Yeah. Which I mean, honestly.
I mean, whatever.
You know what? But I'm not gonna.
Like that's not really what I'm talking about. Yeah. It's more. I mean, more so that he's just a little. I guess it's kind of unavoidable when you're Zizek, but I think he's a little too concerned with like getting wrapped up in all of this critiquing popular culture and these sorts of things, since that's what's popular on the left right now for whatever reason, which I kind of feel like is a bit of an inane, pointless thing to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it comes from like the Frankfurt School of thought that like culture is
the Frankfurt School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
No, but yeah, it the Frankfurt School of Thought that like emphasizes like immaterial things more than material things, I think that has a huge influence. The New Left has a huge influence on like BreadTube and like the current movement,
Yeah.
when I think really what they should be talking about is like history and material things, and like making arguments from that standpoint, as well as philosophy, not just like cultural analysis. Um, but
I mean, there's a lot of
yeah,
people who believe this. But,
I mean, Ducek believes this.
who you agree with right now is what's that fucking guy's name? The guy who makes those documentaries. Adam Curtis.
Like,
Adam Curtis.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I was about to
he's
say,
big into this.
yeah, yeah, I mean,
I don't think art criticism and analysis is like as big a deal as these guys think. But I have a pretty hot take with regards to this, with regards to like specifically responding to Adam Curtis's stuff about how like people started to. I mean, if you watch like Hypernormalization and the other one, he talks about how like young people who would have been young political radicals became young artistic radicals instead, which meant that they no longer like changed, could affect change. And my point is that like, well, my hot take is that being a radical artist is literally better than being a political radical.
wait a minute, I just realized something.
What?
You claimed that I'm the type of person who would think that China's zero COVID policy is good when you did a video with me, literally titled "The War on Disease," a discussion where I say in no uncertain terms that the war on disease is the same as, quote, the war on terror and the war on drugs. And you know how I feel about those things.
Yeah, I suppose I just get a little it's a little obfuscated when you constantly accuse me of like not liking antibiotics and shit. I know you just think it's funny, but like you constantly talk about how I'm like, antibiotics are bad, the stuff that I don't believe. And you there was a long time when you were sort of I mean, I really fucking wish I had written down the stuff you'd said to me when I first started saying that COVID wasn't as bad as everyone was saying it was. Like, I really wish I'd like screenshotted it or whatever, because you like the second I started, like, I had some preliminary data, but obviously no one really had that much data. I pretty much just lucked out by being right, which I'll admit freely. I pretty much lucked out by being correct about COVID, because just no one had that much data, and I just got lucky and saw the correct data earlier than most people. But yeah, like the stuff that you would say to me then, and then once like the more data came out and like we can look back in hindsight and see what actually happened, like you've completely changed your points, but I don't have the screenshots or anything to show you that you've completely changed your points. And so when I say I was saying this the whole time.
No, I agree with you that I changed my points. People evolve and change their opinions in light of new information.
You weren't saying this before. You weren't. This is a new development. You were saying I've always thought this before.
No. I know what you're referring to, and it's something entirely different than what we're currently talking about. What I said, and you're even misrepresenting your own memory of what happened, which is weird. So this is like a really hyper specific point you're talking about. You made a point about the vaccine, like not having anything to do with transmissibility, or you said it doesn't lower COVID transmission. And we had an argument about this like long ago, and I was trying to make the point that it doesn't literally stop the spread, it just reduces it. And you seem to claim that, no, I was actually making the point that it stopped the spread the whole time. Actually, I was just saying that it reduced it, which is what I still say. The other things I've changed my opinion about, and I've readily admitted that.
I mean, even in terms of reducing it, it's questionable, but...
Yeah, and we disagree on that, and we can
Yeah.
go through data and all that in like a much more boring discussion. But I just find it
That's
a little
true.
strange that like you seem to like
Yeah, no, you're
be
right.
so invested in stuff I used to think and not what I'm
I think,
currently saying.
well, I think the thing I was just confused about is I hadn't heard you clearly say that you had changed your mind on these things, so I was like a little confused because it seemed like you were saying contradictory stuff. I didn't realize you just changed your mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. God, this is probably well. We got 11 people watching, so at least someone's finding this entertaining.
Yeah,
should we
that's the
chat?
highest view count.
Can you
That's
and
right.
Osaka meet up again and record a wrestling match? That would be a lot better than this. We're bread tubers at heart.
Yeah, that's true.
What type? Are we talking like WWE wrestling or like the gay type? Like.
I have a girlfriend. Sorry, bro.
That's not what I mean.
No, thank you, and Osaka. Go on Bang Bros. Let's go.
Let's move on from this swiftly. Hi, Kyla. The gay type. 5 ducats. Osaka wins the wrestling match. I don't know if you guys have seen us standing side by side, but Osaka's like tiny. I could snap them in half.
It's true.
Smug, no thank you, choke. Oh god. Let's just swiftly move on from this topic of discussion.
And why are our audiences always looting us? Like, I don't understand the appeal. Is it just because we're friends? Like,
I don't know. It's your audience. No one ever does it to me unless you're here. Hey, can you please tell me what that one sample Japanese song in your new album is? The one at around 14 minutes that goes like, ooh la 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 la, something Japanese, Doki no. It's probably Shinsei Kamata-chan, but let me check. 14 minutes. Is this it? Is this it? This one, right? Yeah, this is OS Uchujin. It's the opening to Denpa Ono Toseishi no Tokoro. It's one of my favorite songs. This is my favorite anime OP. Yeah. And it is by Shinsei Kamata-chan.
I'm gonna send you a video, and I'm gonna tell you, this is literally me.
Oh, it's this fucking guy. This fucking girl.
I like.
You know, she has a YouTube channel.
Yeah?
She's like the head, or like she's like not the head, but she's like one of the people in charge of a communist org in the UK, and they're kind of cringe.
Does she have any other kinds of channels?
I don't think so. I wouldn't know.
Damn. I gotta go on the prowl now.
Yeah, she just has like
Do your thing.
Oh god.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
Yeah, she just has like middling communist takes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of just like me.
Wait, please, I'm dying and it's my birthday. I don't understand what that's in reference to.
Happy birthday. I hope you survive.
I don't believe it's your
maybe not.
birthday. It's not your birthday. It couldn't possibly be your birthday.
It was my girlfriend's birthday today.
I don't believe you.
Wait, you don't believe me?
You couldn't possibly have a girlfriend.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah. There's lots of people who were born on January 1st. You know, this guy, whoever you are out there,
You know,
happy birthday.
there may be some people who were born on January 1st, but American democracy was reborn on January 6th.
That's my dad's birthday. I'm not fucking kidding.
That's funny.
It's really funny. Yeah.
I sometimes listen to that song on repeat, but right now I just couldn't put my finger on it. I see. It's a great song. Happy birthday.
I can't say anything about Jan 6th legally. I'm not allowed.
Yeah, because you were there.
No. What the fuck? You're giving the Mounties more ammunition.
I think you were provably not there, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you were, like...
I was in a gimp mask. Yeah. I was in a ghillie suit, actually.
You know what's really funny?
You would never know if I were outside the White House.
In a ghillie suit. Not doing anything, just like sitting there pretending to be a bush, scaring tourists.
Yes, exactly.
I think it's really funny that you got pulled up for January 6th shit when your actual opinion is that the uber cringe Democrat take that like January 6th was a serious threat to our democracy and they would have killed all the Democrats and overthrown the president and reinstated Trump or whatever. Like, and you of all people with like the most Canada friendly take on Jan 6th. It's so strange.
This is the fucked thing. Like, I'm just autistic and have an edgy sense of humor, but then when you actually ask me about my opinions, it's the most Canada-friendly stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, except, I don't know, maybe compelled pronouns, but I just think, like, Jordan Peterson's out there doing his thing. He hasn't been arrested.
He's arresting himself.
It's arrested development, actually.
I see.
I don't know what that means. Move on.
It means slowed development.
Mm-hmm. I see. Yeah.
Or like halted.
Huh. Yeah. What's going on in the chat?
I don't know. This guy's memeing, pretending to be a spam bot. I think it's pretty funny. Have you figured out anything new regarding... No, I have not figured out anything new regarding the Hidamari kebab shop in Nuremberg. I might go there this weekend, but I'm not sure yet, and I'm gonna ask the new shop if I go. Pewter's in a VC with me and watching the stream, and they keep talking shit on us. That's pretty funny.
I mean, they're like an internet meme person.
I see.
People
aren't we all internet meme people here? Is anyone in this stream or chat or anyone not an internet meme person? Like, isn't that our audience?
I should clarify. Like, Zoomers who live and breathe internet memes and have no real opinions of their own because they're programmed by the broader
Democratic Party
hegemonic apparatus of the internet. Of course, they're going to hate me because I speak truth to power and with nuance.
Joe Biden could fuck my wife.
Yes.
Osaka unironically believes this.
Pooter, whoever you are, I hope you kill yourself.
Whoa.
That's the only thing I have to say.
What's wrong with Pete? They're just chilling.
Uh-huh.
Are they like... I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what... I don't know where I am.
That seemed like a massive overcorrection.
That's why it's funny.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not an internet meme person. I'm not real. I exist on the internet. I'm not a real person. That's something Osaka would say. I think you fear Pewter because you see yourself reflected in it, Osaka.
I see. Yeah, this is actually my ideology. It's called hatred of your own kind.
Memon. I live online. I'm programmed by no thank you in Osaka. Holy. Welcome Swag Money Max Swaggle Day. I can't read apparently. Pewter is like honestly lame. All he does is play map games. Are we saying
Oh no.
Pewter is a map?
Yo, I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah, what are map games? Like, are there like a subsect of
I'm
indie
assuming
games that are like super pro nonce? Like,
they're probably talking about like Europa Universalis and shit.
like Hearts of Iron?
I don't know what Hearts of Iron is.
This is Hearts of Iron right now. This is like Victoria 2 right now. We're doing geopolitics. We're doing maps. Yeah.
Internet meme person. More like internet mean person. Auto Genocide Osaka says anthemic lullaby. Yes, EU for Hearts of Iron for Victoria 2, games like that. I see.
I like those games.
I don't really like them. You know what games I like? I like Kirby games. I fucking love Kirby.
Is it because it's easy in a
Yes.
satisfying way?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not very good at 2D platformers, so Kirby games are like right up my speed.
Yeah.
Like
I'm not very good at them either. If I want to play something that's like has a good pace to it, I'll play Kirby.
Mm-hmm. And Kirby is very cute.
Yeah. If you want to fuck children, sure.
No, I didn't. What?
You don't know about my grand thesis that
I thought you were gonna say you don't know about my grandfather, as if he fucks children.
Interesting theory.
How do you spell chauffeur? It's Chaufeur. Chauffeur, right? It's a French word.
Did you just tell me F you?
No. Oh yeah, how's French going, Osaka? You're learning.
I've only been doing it for like 4 days. I know.
Yeah, so you're fluent now, I assume.
No, I know some vocabulary. My pronunciation is absolutely terrible.
Oh, spit some francophone verbiage.
I refuse to do it on stream because.
Putain d'escargot. What does that even mean? Putain d'escargot. You're a bitch snail.
Yeah.
Why would you ever learn French? That's the worst. Yeah, I agree.
They don't need to know about my personal life.
I know why you're learning French.
They don't need to know where I am.
I know where you are.
Don't say it.
Okay.
No one can know.
No one can know.
Yeah.
You're a fucking snail. Putain technically means bitch, okay, in like a direct translation. Well, it's closer to bitch than fuck.
Interesting.
Putain de merde. Okay, Mr. Osaka from Nevada.
Yes.
You live in Reno.
Do any of you in chat, you guys are like neo-Nazi, like meme people because you watch No Thank You and Dose Smite. Have you guys...
Plunder, hold on, what's going on here?
That you got the reference. Good job. Yeah, do you guys know this guy who used to be really big on Pole in like 2016 who made this video that had like a couple thousand views called Nukes Are a Lie and You Have Autism? He was a political refugee in the Ukraine, a skinhead. His channel is just deleted now, and I can't find re-uploads of any of his videos. If any of you guys know who I'm talking about, please help me.
Oh, I know that guy.
You do?
Yeah, you're thinking of Mr. Medica.
Wait, what? No.
No, it's not. But Mr. Medica just quit the internet. I found out.
Is he just gone?
He's just gone. He did his last live stream and said that was it. He's never going to make another video or anything because he has cancer or something. He has lung cancer.
Rex. Yeah. Uh, wait, that was a terrible way to respond to that. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if he actually has. It's hard to know what's true when you're talking about like people like Mr. Metica. You know, like it's hard to know what's like just people memeing on him. I don't know if he actually.
yeah,
I think I saw some people saying he has cancer, but I don't know if they were just memeing.
yeah, I don't know. He may not have cancer, but he certainly has AIDS.
Sure.
Yeah. Um, I mean, I think it kind of makes sense. Like that era in commentary is kind of gone. Like you look at the main commentary channels now, and they're all like Twitch streamers who re-upload like highly edited clips from their stream with like these like time codes and stuff in the description. I feel like that's commentary now. Like his brand is very much
Yeah,
like
it's pretty
of a
outdated.
different era. Yeah.
I
'Cause
never really liked
I remember.
Metica.
No, me neither.
He's just
I feel
always
like
been like on the peripherals of like, you know, the more edgy side of internet culture, the more Chan side of internet culture.
yeah, I mean it's like on the very tip of it. Like he doesn't actually dip into it, I don't think.
When are you gonna truck? It's just flying. Well, you know what? Um I'm gonna get some food real quick. I'm gonna eat a meal of a bowl of rice with some canned tuna on it, which I'm gonna go do now. That should take me about 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna start trucking. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Osaka, you may entertain the stream.
Okay. I need to look at the chat. Hello, Denputs. Let's see here. Let me read the chat because we haven't really been reading the chat throughout the live stream. I'm gonna do that. Let's see here. Is that stream on that archive channel? What archive channel? Look up the name of the video and there's a pic of it on iFunny with the guy's username. Okay, thank you. Hello, Denpa Osaka. Hello, Necro Veronica. I don't watch No Thank You. I'm just here because of Necro Veronica. This is what women do. They just follow their man off of a cliff. It was me. I made that video. I don't believe you. Yes, I live in Reno. There was like a Mr. Medicare archive channel on BitChute. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. Most of these guys are on BitChute, right? I will follow someone off of a cliff. Shooter, please do so soon. The world would be a much better place. I don't follow him off a cliff. He's the one who follows me off of a cliff. Interesting. But it ends with both of you in the same place, no. How's your progress on moving to Europe? I'm moving somewhere else. In fact, I might be somewhere else. That's not for you to know. Europe is for fags. Why would anyone want to go to Europe? I mean, it's a nice place to visit, but not to live. Yes, exactly. Reno, Nevada. That's where I am. If I die, everyone else will, because no one is real. And when I leave a room, everyone in it disappears and reappears for the plot. Would you say that we're all just living in your world, in the world that you created? Would you say that is about accurate? No, they're in Troy. They are lying, and they are currently in a park somewhere in Europe. Yeah, the whereabouts of Osaka, the grand intercontinental interballistic investigation is occurring right here in No Thank You's YouTube chat. Have at it. Um, it's breaking news. Breaking news is breaking out right at this very moment. And game over? It's over. Osaka is in Oink Saka. You're getting closer. My entire face feels numb. I am so very drunk. Maybe drink some water. Drink some water. Hold off from having another sip
Hello.
until you're more sober. Yeah, stay safe out there. Hello.
Hello, I'm back. Let's do some React
Hello.
content. What should we react to?
I don't know.
Because I'm gonna be eating food, so I can't really play video games.
Are we just gonna watch more normie content like all you ever watch?
Yeah,
Are we gonna start watching FNAF theory videos? Like
that's Dotes my watches those actually.
what you were supposed to say was that's a different person.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I mean, I think
Oh.
a lot of it, what's weird is that like you take like autism core videos and you say they're like normie too, which I think is weird. Like watching FNAF theory videos as a 13-year-old is normie tier. Watching FNAF theory videos as like a 20-something-year-old is just like autism tier, you know?
You haven't been around normies, dude. Like, especially like normie women who wear glasses. Like, all of them watched like bar none the exact same content Dotes might watches. It's like a 1-to-1 thing.
It's specifically the wear glasses.
I mean, I'm generalizing a little bit, but like I'm trying to paint a picture here, like of like a vibe, you know? I mean, I'm friends with a lot of these people, and I'm talking about like cis women here also.
Interesting.
Yeah. Watch. Wait, I'm so confused. Can we listen to Blady?
That's a good idea, actually. Let's watch some Rat Loba. Holy shit, I can't fucking... There we go. I like Rat Loba. I've already watched all of his videos, though. Okay, let's do this one. Wait, I forgot what computer I was on. Wait, what did I just watch? This one, right?
Half-Life is a game that is undeniably best enjoyed.
Leadhead barely makes fucking videos anymore.
That's something that's been true since the game was released
burning.
all the way back in 1998. Playing Half-Life on the PC wasn't just the best way to play, it was the only way to play. That remained true until about a couple of years after its release when, thanks to the efforts of Gearbox Software, an official port finally came to the console. But despite technically only having one official console port, there are actually quite a few wacky ways to play.
We're gonna be trucking after this.
It's nowhere near Doom in terms of the sheer amount of hardware you can play this thing on, but I think you'll find there's a lot more ways to play the original Half-Life than you previously thought. Let's start off first talking about official ports. You know, things that were actually sanctioned by Valve and won't get you 10 to 20 years in prison for playing. The first and only console port ever released for the original Half-Life was the PlayStation 2 version made by Gearbox Software. This sucker came out in the year 2001, and as far as ports go, was actually kinda good. This was the only way to play Half-Life in 2001 if you didn't have a PC, and all things considered, you really weren't missing out on much. Besides autosaving, you were definitely missing out on autosaving. Obviously, the controls also sucked pretty bad in comparison to the precision of a mouse and a keyboard, but the auto-aiming feature sort of makes up for it.
Subscribe.
Beyond arthritis in your hands from having to play Half-Life 1 with a DualShock controller, there are also a few more things console players got that PC players didn't. Like, for example, an entire co-op game called Half-Life Decay. I won't explain Half-Life Decay to you in too much detail, but it's the only official co-op Half-Life experience in the entire series. It's also a lot of fun. It has a PC port, so I recommend you at least play it.
We can suck the bull squid. Wow.
You can suck its juices.
The other cool things that those PC dorks missed out on are cheat codes. See, during this era of console gaming, it was almost unheard of to not ship your game with cheat codes. Fucking GTA 3 had it. Even basketball games had cheat codes. While all the generic ones are here, like God mode and infinite ammo, there's also fucking alien mode, where you play through Half-Life as a fucking Vortigaunt. What? Gearbox could have just ported over no clip and God mode to the PS2 and I would have been happy with that, but they gave us alien mode. It wasn't just cheats and worse aim though. The PS2 version has graphical improvements that even the most die-hard of PC guys wouldn't mind having. I could sit here and, pretend like I know what I'm talking about, but I'm gonna kick it over to my homie Richter Overtime to tell you all about Half-Life PS2.
Good evening. It's weird to think that in a lot of ways, the PS2 port of Half-Life is the most definitive way to experience the game, especially in terms of visuals. You might recognize that the models used in the port are much higher quality than those that the original Half-Life shipped with. On the PC, people regularly get into stupid-ass debates about whether the low-def or these high-def models are better. But what's curious about the PS2 version is that the models present, especially the character models, are actually even higher quality than the HD models available on the PC. Characters have Source-esque finger posing and even face posing, a huge leap from the lazy mouth flapping of the PC variants. They have a higher polygon count, and the scientist models even have translucent glasses, so poor Walter can see out of them. The PS2 also has its own exclusive turret models for some reason. In terms of environments, the PS2 port also has a ton of altered content that never officially made its way to the PC version. First and foremost, a good chunk of textures have been altered to look more realistic. Most noticeably are the iconic cliffside textures, which now look a lot less like netherrack / some guy's scabbed knee and a lot more like actual rocks. Curiously, the cliffside skybox has been color adjusted to better match the hue of these new textures, but not the regular outdoor skyboxes. Boy, I hope somebody got fired for that blunder. The signs you pass by in the halls of Black Mesa have also been redone in higher quality, making use of the new HD characters. The HEV and health chargers have been completely pimped out and look awesome.
These prove that the Gearbox
the
games
gold
are
source
canon,
engine.
by the way.
And the shitty brush-based SUVs that appear throughout the game have been replaced with much better-looking SUV models. There's also some changes to the map's layouts as well, presumably to help accommodate the game's new control scheme. For one, the beginning of Office Complex has been completely mutated. The area where you drop down into power up has been flooded with water to stop the player from getting soft lock from fall damage. The last section of residue processing has had an additional valve puzzle added for some reason. The trash compactor Gordon gets thrown in has been redesigned because Gearbox was going to use it in a cut mission from Half-Life Decay. And there might be some other small tweaks I'm forgetting, but I think that's most of them. As for skips and glitches, a lot have been patched out. I was devastated to find that the Office Complex elevator skip doesn't work, and that you can no longer stand on trip mines to skip power up, but at least the infinite health door glitch and the We've Got Hostile skip work. The long jump module has been basically turned into a double jump, though you can still activate it traditionally if you want to do a weird crouch crank on your controller. The head-to-head deathmatch mode also features multiple exclusive DM maps that never made it to the PC officially. They're all pretty clearly designed with small player...
Okay, now I'm gonna go pee and then I'll be back and then we'll do some trucking.
Complex chapter. Signal, built from a part of the Half-Life Decay chapter Code Green. Skirmish, Debris, and Water Canal, all based on parts of Surface Tension. And finally, Basement and Waypoint, which from what I can tell are completely original levels. And if that's not enough for you, the deathmatch mode also lets you play as the best girl in the entire series. Also, the training course has been redone with a new intro showing Black Mesa's laissez-faire approach to policy enforcement, and a new sequence designed to teach the player about the lock-on system. Now, all you fucking nerds go to the comments and start arguing about whether this implies the canonical existence of an aim assist system in the HEV suit. Thanks for having me on, Mr. Lauber. But for now, this is where I get off.
Hey, bro, really, I'm telling you, it's time to choose, bruh. It's time to choose.
Well, damn. That was a whole lot of information, Mr. Overtime, and for good reason. The PS2 version of Half-Life is the only official Half-Life port that was released, so you'll have to excuse this section being a little bit longer than the others. It's weird to think, though, as much as a phenomenon that Half-Life is, the only official way to play it on a console is one from 20 years ago. Now we're getting into Section 2, which is frankly nasty-ass territory. We're getting into cancelled port territory. The first and perhaps most notorious cancelled Half-Life port is the Dreamcast version. Like I said earlier, the Dreamcast version was effectively done before it was cancelled. How done, you ask? Pretty much strategy guide done. You'd expect the Dreamcast version to just be a shitty port of the PS2 version, but this thing actually had its own unique charm to it. Half-Life Blue Shift was actually originally made exclusively for the Dreamcast port. Also, the way you enter cheats in this game is pretty interesting. There's 3 big wheels of words, and you combine them into phrases to access levels. For example, We Got Hostiles is soldiers go to Black Mesa. Anomalous Materials is Gordon Goes to Work, and Zen is Fear and Gravity. It's also worth mentioning this game controls like complete dog doo-doo, and the Dreamcast only had one analog stick, so I don't know if you ever try to play a first-person shooter on the PSP, but it's somehow worse than that. I see why Gearbox put fucking the aim hacks in this game. The Dreamcast version also has a pretty cool homebrew scene going for it. People actually got USS Darkstar and They Hunger working on this port, and from what I can tell, they run pretty well. The Dreamcast version was also poised to have a bunch of Sega-specific references in it, something that would have never been done on the PlayStation, like, for...
Osaki, you can come back now.
Hello, Dotesmite.
Different person. Whole different one.
Nope.
Entirely different.
Nope. Have I told you my schizo theory about that name?
Dotesmite?
Yeah, that everyone is Dotesmite, including them, but they're the least Dotesmite out of all of them, because the name is just a stock meme that you can implant onto literally anything. They're Carla Dotesmite, but everyone else is also Dotesmite. They're part of the
hive. Name is public, but...
no, it is.
Oh, okay.
There are call-in streams of theirs that you can find with their username on the stream, and also there are videos that both you and me have done where we refer to them as that.
Why do I have DOA Venus Vacation? I don't know. I just have it. It's free. I've never played it. I have a friend who's like super into it, like plays it every day for years, and so I was like, because he's always posting his gacha rolls and shit, so I just decided to download it, but it won't work on Linux. How do you get it? I don't remember. Steam, probably. Maybe I just went to the official website and downloaded it and then added it to Steam. Honestly, I don't remember. Oh, I forgot how this fucking game works. Let's do a job.
Yo, Mafia vs. Lalo mentioned the unofficial Blue Shift port on the PS2. You actually access that by a PS2 magazine demo disc. There's like a swap trick thing you have to do. It's really cool.
Wait, where's my trailer? Oh, look, it has a Christmas theme. That's fun.
Do you know about this Half-Life fact I just mentioned now?
No, I did not know about this Half-Life fact.
Yeah. Oh, yo, I know something about the game you didn't know.
I only know stuff. I don't even know that much about Half-Life. I know mechanics, but I don't know that much about the history of it.
I know like all of the lore.
I mean, in terms of lore is different. I mean, I know about like in-universe lore. I don't know about like the history behind the game. Oh shit! Do I have like an engine mod installed? I feel like I'm going way faster than I should be. Oh well, whatever. That's fine. Been a while since I played this game.
You used to just play this game 24/7. It felt like when you first got this computer.
That's how I am with games. Like I'll just play a game like a lot when I first get into it, you know. But then doesn't mean I'll finish it. It's an ADHD moment, probably. It's like hyper focus. I don't know if I actually have ADHD. Yeah, I have no idea how you get Dead or Alive Venus Vacation. I don't fucking remember what I did. The thing about Euro Truck Simulator is it's just a really good game. I like games that you can just put on to like Stim, you know? And then just have a YouTube video on in the background. Like just something to occupy my hands and my brain vaguely while I do something else. I've actually been thinking of getting into Rocket League recently. I've forgotten how to turn my lights on. Oh shit.
Is Sanic in this game? That's what this guy said.
Does anyone remember how to turn the lights on in this game? No, that's the horn.
I'm gonna do an Angry Birds live stream.
Pressing every fucking button. Nope. Oh.
F's in chat.
Okay. Wait, why are we getting F's in chat? What happened? Is the stream down?
No, the stream is up. It's just because you can't work your headlights.
I figured it. Oh, they're saying F as in that's the thing? F is not the thing. That just brings up that menu.
No, I was saying F for you dying in real life.
I'm not dying in real life. I'm perfectly okay.
Well, that's good to hear.
That meal was a little weird though. I just got some. I was gonna have tuna, but then I remembered I have some tinned mackerel. So I had that instead, and I'm not sure that was a good idea. It wasn't that nice. I'm so fish pilled these days, man. I love fish.
Zedapez, I just want to clarify, I'm not doing an Angry Birds stream right now. I'm gonna do one at some point in the future. But yeah, fish is good. I've been eating like mostly fish for the past week.
It's really good. I love fish. They just bring it out the sea. I think what happened is I got bored of meat because there's only like 3 meats that people eat. It's like you either eat chicken, pork, or beef. It's like they just taste the same after a while, especially if you're.
What about lamb?
I mean, Doatsmite doesn't eat lamb.
I do.
Also, lamb is kind of expensive.
Is it?
It's a little expensive, but in terms of like, you know, how much you get, do you know what I mean?
You just get it out of the ground.
That's plants.
Wait a minute, are we talking about the same thing?
Could you describe what a lamb is?
Yeah, like, they're like fluffy and nice, and I don't know. One of them was named Sean.
No, he was a sheep. He wasn't a lamb.
Well, I mean, it's about the same. They both came from the earth, right?
The Lord put it in the earth. Yeah, I've only had goat once. I thought it was pretty good. I had like African style stew with goat in it. Nigerian or Ghanaian, I forget.
Have you ever had Ethiopian food? That shit slaps.
I have had Ethiopian food.
It's so good.
It's alright. I think I just didn't have particularly nice Ethiopian food.
Yeah.
In my experience, I think I had very authentic Ethiopian food, which it was like heavily poverty-oriented food. Like it was like a tiny chicken leg, and then like a shitload of those sourdough pancake things that they have with it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was like almost all carbs with like a tiny little chicken leg in the middle of it. I think it's probably very authentic. That's probably what most people actually eat in Ethiopia. Wait, am I supposed to be going here? Yeah.
I don't think I'm an anarchist anymore, no.
I see. What are you?
I think I'm a liberal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's not a joke.
No, you know.
Yeah, you know. You already know. You knew long ago.
I knew long ago.
Yeah. But I like I don't even like the aesthetics of anarchism. I don't know. It's just a lot of the music I like is anarchist music.
Yeah.
And I like the personal philosophy associated with it. I think I'm just a liberal.
I think I'm just a post-leftist.
Like, I literally believe that the Holodomor happened. Like,
Sure you do.
I don't... No, I do. Like, that's not a... Don't give me that, like... Okay. Like, I believe the Joshua Wiley video on the Ukraine genocide is all true. Like, I don't know what to do with myself. Like,
what's the
I'm just
Ukraine genocide?
on the Holodomor. Like, I just agree with his video.
I don't have any particular opinions on the Holodomor. I'm sure it probably happened.
It was pretty bad.
Probably.
Yeah.
You know what else was bad? There was a really big man-made famine in Maoist China.
Yeah, that's true. I agreed with that when I was a tanky, by the way. Even when I was a tanky, I didn't defend that.
Yeah, I remember when you were a tanky, you were talking about how retarded a lot of the Soviet farming techniques were.
Yeah, I wasn't dumb. Like,
yeah, I know.
I don't.
Well, we were both a little bit dumb. We were just younger.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. But yeah, no, I've kind of I've had like the opposite of a come to Jesus moment, where
You've
like
had a come to Satan moment.
Sure, why not? Why not? Yeah, no, I don't know what to do with myself, dude. I just I don't know what to do with myself. It feels like my whole identity has been shattered, and actually when I was like 10 years old, I was right about politics. What do I do with myself?
I don't know.
Like,
I
it's
don't
just
think
like-
tying your identity to a political ideology is a good idea. So
Oh, I don't know. It feels like MMT was just true.
I don't know about
like-
that.
Yeah, I know you disagree
No,
with that,
I
but it's
legitimately don't know about it. Like, I legitimately don't. Like, maybe.
like Corbyn's an anti-Semite, and it's
I
like
don't think Corbyn is an anti-Semite. I just don't think he was that popular.
he sure likes them. I don't know. Like,
Anti-Semite? I don't know. I don't think he's an anti-Semite. Wait, where am I supposed to be going? Here.
yeah, it like
One day
It's
when we're
like-
all grown up, we'll be coming back to. You'll be coming back to you. One day when we're all. Okay, interesting.
yeah.
Retarder activated. Retarder activated.
True.
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah,
they have a name, you know. It's Osaka.
Interesting. Yeah, your trap card. Yeah. That is a thought loop, yeah. That's what a thought loop actually looks like. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, this is a thought loop, what
What's a
Josh
thought loop?
posted
Oh,
in the
that.
chat.
I see. I think that's just a
Yeah.
song lyric.
Oh, maybe, I don't know. Well, is it part of your new album? I didn't
No,
listen to it
It's
yet.
not part of my
Oh.
album.
I know the new album is about thought loops, that's
Yeah.
why I mentioned it. Yeah. Wait, I'm confused. So is Josh and this like smug Rika person Sabrina the Shadow Witch? Like, are these two the same person? I don't know.
Sabrina the Shadow. What is happening? No, they are not the same person.
I see. Oh, it's the All Grown Up song from Rugrats. Okay, I knew that seemed familiar.
I hated Rugrats when I was a kid.
I loved Rugrats so much. That was my shit. It's like an adult cartoon, but you have to watch the early seasons. The
I
later
see.
seasons fall off really hard.
I just thought it was
Mostly what the
ugly.
rerun for. I mean, yeah, like the guys who worked on that show, they have a really distinct style that either people hate or they love. I'm in the camp who loves it.
I don't know. I didn't like. I haven't obviously made any attempt to rewatch Rugrats as an adult. I just never really liked it as a kid.
Oh boy. YouTube DL account in the chat says, even super right-wing modern historians like Kodkin, oh boy, say that the Holodomor was the result of unfortunate management. Even Robert Conquest stopped calling it genocide. I don't want to have this debate. I just don't want to have it's like I'm arguing with myself from 5 years ago.
I'm not gonna have an opinion because I just don't have. Have never even. I don't even really know what the Holodomor is, to be perfectly real with you.
I may not know what it is, but I know it never happened. I'm gonna get deported so soon if I keep talking like this. This is not okay. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not here to have tanky arguments. We can have tanky arguments about other stuff, but
Banning porn.
I don't know about banning porn, but I can argue that, I mean, I don't agree with the Soviet Union's censorship of art. There you go. We were talking about this earlier in the stream YouTube DL account, so it's actually relevant.
I feel physically uncomfortable saying that capitalism is good, but it's just true. Like,
I mean, you can just say markets are good without having to acknowledge that all of capitalism is.
I mean, it makes innovation. It seems to improve quality of life. Like, I'm so confused, man.
You need to read modern Nick Land.
Oh no. I see what you're trying to do.
I'm not subtle with it. I mean, I've been on this for a while. I just don't really talk about it. But, like, markets actually are a pretty efficient way of distributing scarce resources.
I mean, I've always agreed that they're good at scarce resources. I said that hotels should be co-ops and stuff like this back in the day, but I don't know. I feel like maybe, like, how do I put this? I feel like maybe the people who don't have stuff just deserve it.
I don't know about that.
Like, how do I put this? Like, is it really our fault that Africa can't build stuff?
You don't want to know my opinions on that.
Wait, what does that mean? I don't know.
Tankle Spankle, says Joshua.
I don't know what that means.
Anime Sama insane take. I don't know which. There's been so many takes. I don't know which one you're talking about. You could have talked about any number of takes being insane. Turns out capitalism is not so bad. Every ideology.
Interesting. I don't know. I feel like capitalism is working pretty well for me. I don't know about you.
I don't know if I'm... By not saying anything, does it sound like I'm tacitly agreeing with you? I don't know. Maybe I am tacitly agreeing.
You're platforming this.
I'm platforming. I don't mind platforming. I mean, I'm not hard pushing back. I think that says enough, right? I don't agree with you. Like, I'm not a lib, but I'm definitely softer on my tear everything down kind of thing. I do think, however, that there's always like one argument that kind of defeats this whole like liberalism, capitalism kind of thing, which is that I think it's self-evidently incompatible with like environmentalism, ecology.
I mean,
like,
yeah, but I'm not gonna live long enough for that to really be a problem.
That's not
for me.
true. It's a problem already.
I mean, not where I live.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, I suppose so. I wish I knew how to turn my windscreen wipers off.
Yeah.
I've forgotten all the keybinds. I used to know them all. Hold on. Let me go into settings.
I guess I'll kind of test this take out for this audience. Because I'm not sure if I should make a vlog about this. I wouldn't say like the natives deserved it. I feel like that's fucked up. Like obviously it was really fucked up what our respective countries did to them.
My country? Oh yeah, I guess we did do some. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. But like I feel like if you can't fight back against a colonial insurgency, it seems like you just kind of, I'm not trying to say they deserved it. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. Like, if their system was so weak that it wasn't able... Huh?
P is how you turn off the wipers.
Oh. Like, if your system is so weak that you can't defend yourself from outside forces, that seems like it's just your own fault.
I mean, it was... It wasn't necessarily that their system was weak, it was that they didn't have the technology. Like, it doesn't...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But
So
they
should've
very
had a
swiftly
system
did
that
have the
produced it.
technology. Like, you know, they got guns pretty quick. It was partially the system, but also that wasn't their fault. I mean, you know, what happened, but it was mostly because of smallpox, which was introduced by the settlers, that like wiped out a lot of their infrastructure because they, you know, had a terrible plague that killed all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I don't know. I don't like this idea that, like, I'm supposedly guilty for stuff people did 100 years ago. Like, I'm guilty of being white.
You know what's really interesting?
Yeah.
I can tell the arguments that you have with your girlfriend by what you by your like how your political takes happen.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean.
Like I can hear all of your girlfriend's like Canada takes by the way that you defend yourself or change your mind.
Interesting. I don't understand what you mean. I think you're just making stuff up.
Maybe.
I
hold on. Let me read the chat.
I literally quoted a Minor Threat song.
That's true.
Yeah. This is all me, baby.
Chino Itasha? Yeah, you know it, baby.
Chino.
On my truck.
Cheeto. Yo, Cheeto. Chino is a dog whistle.
I want to get rid of this fucking retarder. Why is there a No, stop. I'm trying to deactivate it.
I was literally just about if Lib Lilly was going to call the 1877 Bengal famine was justified. No, wait, it wasn't Bengal, it was India.
Bengal
That's
is...
funny.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I really want to become an Irish potato famine denier. Just for the meme. Like, I think that's a really funny thing to deny.
I think it's pretty funny, yeah.
What else have we got? A lot of it was disease, which wasn't really anyone's fault. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the only way you can argue that the disease was anyone's fault is if you're, like, taking a really hard line. Europeans should never have left Europe, which is kind of like, an ethno-state argument, you know, which I don't know.
Ghosts would 100% make that argument.
I don't know.
Lie.
Yeah, Dotes would probably make that argument. I don't know. I don't know what argument.
They just believe in ethno-states. They're a neo-Nazi. Like, I've been saying this. No, like, I've been sounding the alarm on this person for so long, and no one listens to
No,
me.
the problem is that they're not a neo-Nazi. They're not based enough to be a neo-Nazi. They just believe all the lib shit that libs believe, which is, you know, basically worse.
I don't. I'm a lib, and I don't believe that stuff.
When I say lib, I mean like Uber libs, Giga libs, Tumblr libs, New York Times libs.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, like,
DSA libs.
like, you're talking about post-colonial theory, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, post-colonial theory is just the left-wing version of traditionalism. Like,
You're just quoting me.
no.
You love doing this. You love quoting me back at me.
No, think about it, right? Like, they're constantly talking about, we need to preserve the traditional way of life. Why are you laughing?
Because I just said this to you, whatever.
I don't remember that.
When the smallpox swept northern plains When smallpox swept northern plains of the U.S. in 1837, the U.S. Secretary of War ordered that no Mandan, along with the people, be given smallpox vaccinations. Yeah, because they were at war with those people. Of course they didn't give them vaccinations. What are you talking about?
Oh. The British tried to help those guys out.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of colonialism. You know, like, I don't think it's okay to just invade countries. But I mean, if you're going to make the argument, Osaka, that like anything saying that colonialism is bad is basically asking for a European ethno-state, that Europeans should never have expanded, then how, you know, what about Russia and Ukraine right now? Like, is Russia allowed to expand into Ukraine if they have a more powerful army? Like, if Ukraine can't defend themselves, it sounds like they don't have a very good system, you know what I mean? Like, that sounds like the sort of argument you're making.
Maybe.
This is just a might makes right argument.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a, I don't know, like, I feel like maybe what you're confusing, which I do this as well, is, or like, I try and, how do I put this? I think what you're trying to do is give like you're coming from a perspective of like, let's not moralize about this and let's just describe what actually happened. Like, it's not that the Europeans were evil or whatever, it's just that they had bigger armies. Right?
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing like malicious, there's no like intentional, there was in some cases, but like it wasn't like some evil intentional genocide. It was more so just that Europeans needed land, there was a bunch of land here and a bunch of people who couldn't defend that land. Like, that was just the factual account of what happened. That's fair. But then you're going on from that to say like, and therefore it was justified, which is like, well, you can't go from a position of saying let's look at this without morality and then moralize from it. You know, like, you gotta say like, I can't speak on whether it was justified or unjustified because I'm not looking at it from that perspective. If you're gonna be going if you're gonna be attacking it from this angle, then you can't then, you know, whip it around and use that as moral justification. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm not really trying to defend anything morally. Yeah, I just don't like people telling me that I should like go
Who's
back
doing
to
that?
Europe.
Well, this is my question. This is what I mean,
because
right? Like, I there's only one person who would be saying that to you. There's only like really one person.
Dotes, why?
Your girlfriend from Canada, where they believe this. Because the Canadians are constantly hammering the, like, you ever watch like a TED talk or like some lecture or something?
No.
Let me finish. Okay. Maybe it's not. I'm just guessing because every time I watch like some shit that happens in Canada, right, like a talk, they're always like, and before this talk begins, I would like to give thanks to the First Nations people who have guarded this land for centuries, the Kawiki tribe, and so on. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is so fucking cringe.
You're just supposed to do that. That's in their constitution. But no,
But, like,
she is not. God,
Like it feels. This feels like fucking infantile. Like it feels like some white savior. I really, really hate it. Like I hate it from the perspective of like indigenous rights. It's like, can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? Okay, imagine another army comes to like the UK or something, and they take us over, right? Like, I don't know, Russia or something. Russia comes to the UK and they invade our country and they take us over. And then every time they get, I would like to give thanks to the brave British people who protected this land for hundreds of years. Like, it's, what do you mean? Like, we didn't get a choice to stop like, give it back, you bastards. You know what I mean? Like, I would feel fucking super offended if someone did that to me. I don't know. I can't. Obviously, I can't speak on behalf of every First Nations person, but just like imagining myself in that position, it would feel like they were like rubbing salt in the wound. Like, and now it's ours, bitch. Thanks for looking after it for us.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think the way that indigenous people have been treated there is just terribly. Like, it. But I mean, I can't really speak on that because I haven't seen these clips and stuff you're talking about. I mean, it's probably pretty bad. But like, I don't know where, like, the person I'm clearly addressing is Dotesmite.
Oh,
I don't know why you think...
Because I've never heard Dotesmite make these arguments.
You've been in the room while they've made arguments adjacent.
Yeah, I've heard them make arguments.
They moderate their position as soon as you enter the room. I don't know why.
You think so?
Yeah, they and I had this talk multiple times. The moment you come into the room, they're like, but actually, and then they're like moderating their positions. I don't know why they do this.
Well, I guess if I don't know if I'm not in the room, I can't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe they just did a poor job of explaining themselves at first.
That can happen.
And yeah, because they have a tendency to like say stuff that is like the complete and total opposite of what they actually mean. Like just all the time. So it's really confusing.
Dotesmite is not a very good communicator. They will admit this themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just
it's like that in Australia as well. Yeah. I mean, now if you want to talk about a group that really got fucked, the fucking Australian Aborigines group. I mean, not that it's a competition, but Australian Aboriginals. No, the Maori are doing okay, honestly. Like, they got fucked,
doing okay.
They defended themselves pretty well.
They didn't just defend themselves well. They fucking BTFO'd the Brits.
I mean, eventually they didn't, but for a good time they did, yes. No, everyone loves the Maori. Like, they, even if you read like newspapers at the time, they were like they were spoken about with like an air of like praise for their warrior spirit and like their military organization and stuff, which I mean, again, like from the perspective of Europeans living at that time, the Maori had something much closer to like a European civilization and like a, developed, to use that word, civilization than the Aborigines did or the Native Americans did. By the time that most colonizers got to the US, obviously there were lots of Native American, cities and stuff in the past, but most of that was wiped out by smallpox. Yeah, introduced them to exactly. Yeah. I mean, you can see the same thing with the Zulu. Like, when the British were colonizing Africa and fighting the Zulu, like, the same thing happened. Like, there's lots of reports of, like, British military commanders, like, giving respect to the Zulu. And newspapers at the time, like, obviously there's just not that much you can do when you don't have guns. But, yeah. The Australian Aborigines just didn't really have very much civilization. They were mostly sort of disparate hunter-gatherer groups.
I don't think I'm a liberal.
Oh, you've changed your mind?
I changed my mind again.
What are you now?
I don't know. But I don't think I'm that. I don't think I'm down with this whole capitalism thing. I feel like Jeremy Corbyn. might have had some ideas about how to fix it.
I see.
Maybe I'm just that. Like, maybe I'm like whatever he thinks, you know?
I see.
Is that like a democratic socialist?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I guess I'm that. Oh, we solved it.
You've been that for years, though.
What do you mean?
Like, when you stopped being a tanky, you basically became a Bernie bro.
I mean, I was a Bernie bro before I was a tanky.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I didn't know you then.
Yeah, you didn't know me then. So, are you saying the timeline went Bernie bro, tanky, to Bernie bro again?
Yeah, but this time with, like, Bernie bro with anarchist aspirations.
Yeah. But I don't know how practical all that is. Have you read, Thinking Like a State?
Yes, seeing like a state.
Yeah.
I have the exact. Are you gonna bring up the thing about looking at the world with an anarchist bent?
God damn it. Yeah.
This is another example where you just say things I say.
But wait a minute. I said this before I ever heard you say it.
Oh, okay. Well, I said it to you. I remember saying it to you at one point. I think I was actually playing Euro Truck Simulator when I said it, because I had just read that book.
Yeah, I just heard Unlearning Economics talk about it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And then I tried to read some of the book.
It's really fucking boring. It's so fucking boring. I couldn't finish it. I read the first, like, 2 chapters, and then it was so boring. Oh my god. I think it has some interesting stuff to say. It's just so fucking boring.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe I look at the world with an anarchist bent.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's appropriate.
Yeah. But like in practical terms,
Boom
I'm
says,
just like,
oh, sorry for interrupting you. Boom says, look up a Black Seed Journal. It's a green anarchism nihilist indigenous American journal. Interesting.
okay. That sounds cool. Yeah. Yeah, but I think in practical terms, I'm probably just like a democratic socialist. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like maybe states, they're not good, but they're also not bad. What do you think about that?
I think a deflationary economy would solve the problem of bullshit jobs.
This is just Dote's fight shit again.
This is not Dote's fight
like,
shit.
They're like programming your head. Like, I don't.
I actually,
don't
can I be real with you? I find it very annoying when you do this.
I think it's funny. But
I know you think it's funny,
I mean,
but I do
it's
find
also
it
just my
genuinely.
real opinion. Like,
Well, it's not the case.
Have a
Me
problem.
and Dotsmite very rarely have political. Just like Dotsmite, I would say the influence Dotsmite has had on my politics is very minimal, and mostly the stuff that Dotsmite has convinced me or changed my mind of is mostly to do with like feminist issues rather than economics. I think Dotsmite and I have had like 3 economics discussions ever.
Their takes on feminism are dog shit, but yeah, they literally believe that like there should be like some kind of female separatist organization, and that men can't argue for feminist issues, that only women can. And it's like, okay, so do you think J.K. Rowling is agitating for feminist issues in like a meaningful and good manner? And of course they would disagree with that, but that's a woman. If you like, this is the slippery slope that is that you don't agree that that's not what I'm countering. I'm countering. No. I'm countering the notion that men can't argue for feminist issues more adequately than women, you know, capital W, when in fact J.K. Rowling argues for them in a much more poor way than certain men. You're defending your wife. I'm well aware. Yeah, I was trying to listen to it. Yeah. What's going on here?
Hello, hello. Okay, we're back. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah.
Okay, I should be back. Yeah, you can hear me. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, so I think saying that like, well, women can have bad takes too isn't actually. I'm not even defending Don't Smite. I just think you made a poor argument. Like saying women can have bad takes too doesn't. I could argue. I could say, well, yeah, obviously, I didn't say women can't be wrong. I just said men can't be right. Like men don't have the experience to even like, just because obviously women can be wrong, but you know, like and men could be right, but when they're right, they basically can only be right by just listening to women or ignore. I don't actually believe this, by the way.
Well, I mean, they're right by listening to the body of evidence that more accurately like represents reality, right? Like, whereas like someone like that woman I gave an example of would just be like making stuff up, right? Like the point is that like recognizing facts is not something unique to women. Like,
yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, all women would be anti-feminist.
Interesting. I do not endorse this.
I support the protests in Iran. I think they're very brave.
I think they're pretty cool. Like I liked when they blew up that like Ayatollah's house or something like that.
They invaded they invaded Ayatollah's house and swam in his swimming pool, and they blew up, I think, a police station or something like that.
Yeah.
Unless something new has happened that I'm not aware of.
No, this is the thing. Whoa, I just heard myself. What was that? I think I'm bugging right now.
Hello. Okay. I think I accidentally, if I like nudge the audio, it like fucks up.
Oh.
There is such
So we're back?
Yeah, we're back. Separatist. If you want to read about separatist feminism, read the Scum Manifesto.
Oh boy.
Money Boom. I like your new profile picture and your rebrand, by the way. It looks good.
What were we talking about? Something with
we were talking about
I was gonna say police stations. Yeah. But maybe I am an anarchist because I intuitively like feel cheery when I hear blow up a police station. Like,
in a like a oppressive fascist state like Iran, I think most people would be happy to hear
like
that.
America.
America's mostly fine.
I don't know. I think
for now it's mostly fine.
I don't know if I'm allowed to talk badly about America right now. I don't know what's going on. I did it once and then I don't know. I'm just gonna move on.
Okay.
But yeah. But yeah, I basically, a hypothetical version of, if you had 6 million police stations. Wait, that doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Stream has been entertaining so far, by the way. I was kind of down today and I felt a bit, well, that's good to hear. Well, it's not good to hear that you're down, but it's good to hear that you're
up.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do think a lot of, I will stand by this. Like, I think, the majority of arguments in favor of like, okay, what I mean by this, just to clarify, like, I'm saying Andrew Tate is wrong, right? Like all of that red pill Andrew Tate anti-feminist stuff is is almost entirely nonsense. I think they're coming from a position that is understandable, and I think everyone acknowledges that it's understandable, which is that like men's position in society is changing, and a lot of young men feel like lost and don't have like good guidance. And, like I think most people kind of understand and agree with this now. But I obviously I do not agree with like pretty much anything Andrew Tate has to say, or any of those types of figures.
Yeah. I mean,
my point, or what I want, the reason I'm prefacing with that is that I also am going to say that I think there is quite a lot of feminist rhetoric that just simply has no basis in reality.
yeah, I agree. Like on the tube in London, I don't know if you've seen this, but like there's all these posters that say like I can't remember exactly what it was.
Is it the one
like,
about violence against women?
Yeah,
I've always found that extremely, like, I don't know, it seems very strange. They have, for the chat, like, they have these posters that say, male violence against women starts with words. Which I think is a very strange thing to say, because I feel like the idea here is to call out men, and it's true that, like, yes, it's more likely that men would be violent against women than women would be violent against men, at least statistically speaking. It just feels a little strange, you know. It feels like the implication there is that like men are inherently violent or something like that, you know. Oh shit, I missed my turn.
Yeah. Wait, is this thing you posted a Digibro vlog? Really rambly and bad rant about disenfranchised young men. I feel like this is an old Digi video, right?
I think it's an old me video.
Is it?
Or an old you video?
It sounds like a Digi video.
It does sound like a Digi video.
That means it could be either one.
It could be. So true.
It might be you.
It might be me.
You are just Digibro, as we've established.
It's all been established before. It's an old no video. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna steal this title and just make it about something completely fucking different.
And then you're like, no, I want to grow my channel, but I'm gonna make a video. You're a very strange person or something.
Yeah, what do you mean?
You're constantly talking these days about.
Oh? You disappeared. Interesting. You did again. Holy shrimp. Hello? Yeah. Wait, I hear myself through nose mic? What? Bro, it got fucked? What happened? It won't recognize my mic anymore. The DAC won't even turn on. What happened? This is what happens when you use Linux. I've been saying this, and that's not a meme. Like, especially fucking art. Like, yeah. Oh, you're back. Yo, hi. Welcome back.
Okay, we're back. Holy shit, that was a fucking pain. Okay, that was
Yeah.
some finagling.
I was just shitting on Arch while you were gone.
I heard you the whole time. You were shitting on Linux in general, but you literally used Linux.
I do. Well, I have one dedicated Windows machine. But yeah, I use Linux. I just use Debian, which is the best one. Because it's the most usable.
That's not even true.
On Debian...
You're like, oh, Debian is the most usable. Oh, by the way, I have no fucking idea how to even install a package that isn't in the repositories.
No. My problem with Goma, for one, it was Trisquel that I had this problem, which is Debian based.
Yeah,
but,
I know. I used Trisquel for like years.
Gomux kept breaking when I was trying to install it. You know, by the way, in order to Libre boot my machine, I had to install something that wasn't in the repositories. It's not like I don't know how to do this. Gomux just keeps breaking on my X60.
What do you mean? Like, how can it break? It's a little like when I'm trying to do. I know I guess we just have fundamentally different approaches to computer stuff. Because for me, if it's like, oh, a program isn't working, then my first instinct is, okay, I should try and fix it, right? Not to be like, oh, I guess that doesn't work, and just not even try. Whereas you are like, you find that very annoying, I imagine. Like you don't want to troubleshoot problems. Like you probably have better, more interesting shit to do with your life. So for you, when something breaks, you're like, it's broken. Whereas for me, if something breaks, I mean, I don't do this with you, but if I was talking to me, hypothetically, I would describe the problem and try and search up for solutions.
Yeah.
Like, that's the difference.
Yeah, I think that's kind of boring. I mean, I've had fun troubleshooting before, but it was when, like, I just had less interesting stuff to do.
Yeah, I mean, I just like solving. I mean, it's not even that I necessarily like it. It's just kind of worth it for me, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, for you, it's like more control over your device, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a big part of it.
Yeah, I can understand that. You made some accusations before you went off into robot land.
What accusations did I make?
You said I'm a very strange person.
I don't even remember what I was talking about.
You were talking about my idea to take your title of a video.
Oh yeah, because you've been messaging me in secret about how you want just to leak everything, about how you like want to grow your channel, and you've been doing this for ages, by the way. This isn't like a recent development. Like you're talking about how you want to grow your channel, but then like. I'm like, well, here's the tried and tested ways to grow your YouTube channel, which I feel like everyone knows at this point, but maybe you don't. I don't know. Like, here's there's pretty good information about how to like grow a YouTube channel out there, because YouTube wants your channel to be big as much as you do, right? Like, they make more money if more people watch YouTube, so they want to grow your channel too.
Well,
so like they give you
monetization.
Oh, well, that's weird. Why are you banned from monetization?
A 9/11 joke.
Oh, that's strange.
Yeah. And I have a couple age-restricted videos. So
oh, well, that's why you can't grow your channel.
But I mean, they still promote me in the algorithm. Like my video, 4chan is a utopian place. It got like 800 views and like multiple
Yeah, that's
people
not
commented
getting
and
promoted
said,
in the 800 views is not getting promoted in the algorithm.
no. What multiple people said it was randomly recommended to them, and they were like, "Why the fuck am I here?"
Oh, I see. Normally, I mean, you're probably still getting some, you know, then you're not completely blacklisted or shadow banned, but if your channel gets like denied monetize, like if you get banned from monetization, YouTube like soft caps how much it recommends your videos. They deny this, but it's been proven a whole bunch of times. Not just that, but like also if your video gets like YouTube it's such a weird thing to deny. So like every YouTuber knows that when your video gets demonetized, like you can see, you know, you get a graph of like how many people click through from recommendations and stuff. Like you can see when a video gets demonetized, the graph suddenly drops down. That like it's every YouTuber knows this. That like when a video gets demonetized, YouTube recommends it less, like significantly less. It's not just that you don't make money off it, but it also stops showing it to people. And YouTube just deny this, even though there's so much evidence that they do it. Like there's no reason for them to deny it. They could so easily just be like, yeah, we do that because if your video is demonetized, you know, we don't want to share it with that many people because you know it's not making us any money. So we want to promote videos that are going to be making us money. Like they could just say that and everyone would be like, yeah, that makes sense. But they just deny that they do it, even though they so obviously do it. It's weird.
Yeah, so you think that's part of the reason why I'm not getting...
No, have you read Bronze Age Mindset? No, I haven't read Bronze Age Mindset. I wish I had. I don't know what's it like. I don't want to spend money on it. If you can link me a PDF, I will read it.
Bro, I don't know anything about this book, but given your wild takes on antibiotics, it sounds like the most you thing ever.
No, Bronze Age Mindset isn't, it's not an Antrim thing. It's a, like, far-right bodybuilder guy on Twitter called Bronze Age Pervert. It's his book. He has a podcast called Caribbean Rhythms. You should listen to the podcast just to hear his voice. Like, he just has a comically over-the-top Eastern European accent, and no one knows if it's how he people say that's how he actually sounds, but I just don't believe them. Like, no one actually sounds like that.
This is like a Karesu thing. This blows.
Oh, it's hella a Karesu thing. Karesu would love this guy.
Yeah, don't let him have this weapon. He'll become even more of a, like, Mullaboom, if you show him this, he'll want to murder all of your and somewhat our people, like, even more. Like, just don't.
Mullaboom's already... Wait, what do you mean? Mullaboom's the one asking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he shares this with Karesu, like, Karesu will be even more emboldened. And
oh, I see what you mean. I thought you were talking about Mullaboom.
No, he's Jewish. He's more Jewish than us. Like,
I see.
Yeah.
I'm reading it right now and it's very entertaining. I recommend. He's a character. That's not how he talks. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, a lot of these right-wing Twitter guys, they have like unlistenable podcasts. Like Zero HP Lovecraft has a podcast with like a really obnoxious fake robot voice. Like, I don't know why he does that. Like, lots of people have talked, like, I don't know, his podcast is really bad and unlistenable.
Yeah.
I think he's a pretty good writer, though, even though what he says is generally retarded. Like, when I read his blog posts, they're kind of entertaining.
So I want to ask you, so how do you think I can grow my channel? And also, why do you think it's so strange that I say in one breath that I want to, and then I also just make the kind of videos I want to make? Are you saying that the kind of videos I want to make are just fundamentally unmarketable?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're probably right, but like, okay, well then, you know, is it possible for me to do both?
Oh shit.
Like,
what the fuck?
like,
I looked away to read chat. Oh, it's on
like,
LibGen.
Lib. But like, yeah, I mean, do you think it would be possible to have both on the same channel? Like,
I mean, you just have to, you have to compromise. This is what everyone does. Hey, you ever seen? Oh, actually, you haven't. You actually haven't seen it. I was gonna make a joke, but like, you ever seen this? But you actually haven't seen it. You ever seen the beta edit version of how they marketed the beginning?
No.
In that video, Digi says that like when it comes to marketing, generally speaking, like you have to there's like a scale of selling out. Some people they have their personal vision that like just happens to align with like what is really really popular, and his example is Jeff Thu. But like some people, what they really want to make is also just the most mainstream content ever, and these people are golden boys who will make infinite money. But most people aren't like that. Most people's vision is like somewhere lower on the scale. It's like somewhat marketable but also kind of not, and so you have to decide on the sliding scale of selling out, like how willing are you to compromise on your vision. And he puts himself, or they put themselves like about in the middle of the scale.
Yeah.
And then like Artso Fartso right on the bottom. So yeah, you just need to slide up the scale a little more. You like make a like, and you've even done it. Like some of your like the videos with more like the like I don't know, some of your more shock value videos that you made where you just recount stories about like my worst psychotic episode, like that one. Like that's the sort of thing you should be doing, but you just need better thumbnails as well. Like your thumbnails they're funny, but they're kind of dog for like click-through rate. And yeah, you need to like stuff to actually get people to like, if all of the analytics are there, like you just have to click the YouTube Studio tab and you click the like like retention graph. You'll see that like most likely most people leave in the first 15 seconds of your videos.
You'd be surprised that some of them have pretty good retention, but I think it's because I have a lot of like returning subscribers.
That's
I think
true.
Disproportionately my audience is returning viewers, and that's kind of rare on YouTube. Usually on YouTube it's new viewers for like who make up most of the viewership.
Not for small channels. For small channels it's mostly returning viewers. That's why we're small. If it wasn't that, we would grow, you know.
I mean, we're small, but also like I'm on like a higher tier of small, you know.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure it out, because like I don't think I'd have fun making anything any more mainstream than what I do.
I mean,
Like-
you can probably make roughly the same kind of content, but have a little more. I think your thumbnails are fun to look at and they're funny, but they don't work as thumbnails. Like they don't do they don't. I don't think you'd be compromising your artistic vision that much if you tried to if you had a more workmanly approach to thumbnail creation rather than like just throw a bunch of images together, you know.
I mean, yeah, but that's funny.
Yeah, if you
Like,
just put actually, Shadow Sazabi is right. If you just put soy jacks in the thumbnail, people will click it.
I'm not doing that. That's disgusting.
I put a soy jack in the thumbnail recently.
I mean, it's your channel. You can do whatever you want, like on your own land. But I'm just not. I mean, I've put those guys in thumbnails before, or like once, but it was meant to be like a subversive thing. Like, I just I don't like it, like. I think some of them are catching. Like, some of them, you know, they have the title in the video there, or they.
I mean, I'll tell you what's your best
about. Okay. Or what's my best thumbnail?
Yeah. No question.
Wait.
I know what it is. It's YID transition.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but I just thought that was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put a face. I mean, people in the chat are giving good tips.
Let me see. Put sexually suggestive images or the face of a famous person? I don't know.
I also
Maybe.
think longer videos that are, I mean, just more high effort, as in edit them and make them longer. which just means you're gonna have to. You're gonna be able to pump out fewer videos because you're gonna have to spend more time on each video. But I think it will make that's a good way because another way to grow your channel, which genuinely, legitimately works, is just to make better videos. Like if you put more effort into the
I
videos.
like the videos I make.
I know, but you could. I mean, unless you're. Maybe you genuinely believe this, but I doubt it. Like, do you really believe you're making the best videos you could possibly be making? Like, do you think you could be putting more effort into it, more editing, more time, more scripting? Like, do you?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think I could be doing all of those things, but like, how do I put this? Like, obviously, those are. I don't know about the editing part. Like, I just don't know if I'm interested in having edited videos. But I agree that there's a lot of things I can improve on with my writing, and also with like maybe condensing information more. Yeah.
So the thing about editing is specifically to have more interesting visuals. Just having camera pointed at face and vlogging, like that hasn't been a way to get views since like the early days of YouTube. No one really watches that sort of stuff anymore. Who is like
but that's Dempa. It's bringing that stuff back.
Right. I mean, yeah, sure. But I think I don't know. There's elements to it. I'm not an expert. I agree, but I think you need to twist it a little bit more. You need to make it like if you look at like
Luke Smith.
Not necessarily Luke Smith, because Luke Smith never grows from those videos. He grows from his Linux videos.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, they get decent traction. Like that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
he just pulls his already existing audience and he uses extremely clickbaity titles and thumbnails.
Yeah, or that guy, the Asian guy, hiding in my room.
You do not want to be hiding in my room. He just lies. He just uses completely misleading titles and thumbnails. That's how he gets views. Like extremely provocative, completely misleading title, and everyone hates him.
I mean, like, isn't that what you're telling me to do?
No, that's not what I'm telling you to do.
Oh well, about the titles and thumbnails, not.
No, you just need to have more clickable thumbnails, which your thumbnails are not clickable.
And some of them are.
Some of them are, but most of them are, they don't really give a clear indication of the vibe of the video. Like I think I've been getting better at thumbnails recently.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems to be working a little bit at least.
You should try to. This is not an interesting shot. You should try to get into collabs with more famous persons, like debate some political guy or something. I actually do want to debate Vosh on the subject of the bombing of Yugoslavia, because I feel like I agree with the bombing of Yugoslavia. I think it was morally justified, and I think it was necessary given the situation. But I think there's a lot of information he crucially leaves out in regards to like the lead up to the genocide in Kosovo and Bosnia and so on. I think the United States played a pretty heavy hand in causing those events to occur. And so I kind of want to argue with him about that because I have a lot of historical information I can provide. And but the thing is, I don't make history videos, you know? So I go on his stream and I argue with him about this. Like maybe like 10 or 20 schizos are going to come to my channel and then like, you know, my political videos. But like...
Yeah, I mean, you just don't make very... like, neither of us really make particularly mainstream-friendly videos. Like,
Yeah.
That's part of my brand. I don't want to make... Like, I want to be kind of a cult market, but you seem to... I mean, I suppose you also kind of want to be that.
Yeah.
But the best way to do that, like, for real, is actually the digi technique. It's to have the mainstream videos that draw people in, and then redirect some of those people down the deeper rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boom is right. Should I just call you Boom now? Boom is kind of a Mulliboom.
Your debate should should play into your channel's nature, but like, so would I just come on there and start denying the Holocaust? Like, I don't like I don't I don't know.
That's true. Yeah, if you do a little trolling, that's always good, doing a little trolling.
Like, I feel like if I were to play into my channel's nature by showing up on his stream, like, I would just be doing, like, a really rambly and bad rant about young disenfranchised men.
Disenfried. See, typical American. We're always talking about fries. You know, that's the thing about America. You go to America, you go out to eat everywhere in America. Would you like fries with that? Would you like fries with that? No, I'm fine. I just want to eat the thing that I bought. I don't want fries with that.
Listen, I haven't eaten anything fried in so long. Yesterday, I ate poutine. You don't even know.
That's literally fried. What are you fucking talking about?
No, it's like the gourmet of fry.
Wait, but you said... I literally haven't eaten anything fried. By the way, yesterday I ate fries.
Here, liberal. What you don't understand is that the meaning of words evolve over time. And what I'm attempting to say is that it's a different food. I rest my case. Either way, you can't accuse it of being American.
I think Donald Trump is gonna raise Thule. He's gonna raise the ancient city of Thule.
I play into my channel's nature by going on Destiny's live stream to argue that there's angels beneath the Washington Monument. And I get fucking Tarbuck to coach me on it, and I'm like, oh yeah, bro, like, I really believe it now. Like, I'm in with the sauce, you feel me? And then he's like, he's gonna be cheering me on, and I do the thing that I did to Karesu, where I just satirize all of their beliefs, and they have no idea that I'm doing it. Yeah.
Genius.
I need to pretend to be schizophrenic and say esoteric, unintelligible theories. The thing is, I'm totally capable of doing this. Like the schizo free association of words thing that I did in that polyamory video. I can totally do it. This is genius.
I once spent $300 on a streamer to talk about pan-heroism, and he called me a schizo and never had me on during a manic episode.
Yeah.
Based.
I thought about paying Big Man Tyrone to promote my channel.
It's kind of a dead meme.
He's still relevant, sort of.
So. Not really.
Yeah, not really. What if I got him in to wear the Kekistan uniform? And I got him to talk about state-mandated GFs. It would be...
Yeah. Get in a Mr. Girl stream. That would genuinely be a good idea.
Does he still exist?
He got banned on YouTube, but he streams somewhere else.
On Rumble or cozy.tv? Where is he?
I don't know.
Yeah, where is he? This would provide you fame. I mean, yeah, I could talk to him about gender stuff. I feel like I have some interesting stuff to say about that. But the thing is, I wanted to do the whole detransition, right-wing grift. I thought, pretending to be a right-wing detransitioner. I thought that would... Yeah, I thought that would, that would, net me fame. But I couldn't commit to it because whenever I'm like, oh yeah, I should just lie. Whenever I start having thoughts like that, I never actually commit to it. I never implement any of these ideas or do anything with it. And so I originally wanted to argue the who's that one bitch, Camellia, whatever her name is? Like the sexual persona that I've that stupid whore. Like whatever she wrote, I wanted to try to kind of take that and make it my and take like Blanchard shit and like make it my own thing to basically manufacture controversy while going on these streams, and then to like kind of seem like this detransition right-wing schizo who like spouts a lot of crazy stuff. But I just never actually ended up implementing that idea because it required me to just lie. Kamala Harris, that's funny. She is smart, but she's wrong. Is no died? I can't hear him. He's gone. Where did he go? Call into the Dick Show about pretzel buns? What would I mean, you just gave me something to talk about, but what would I talk to Dick about?
I just went to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
I said I would
If
be
you
right
announced
back.
If you announced it, I didn't notice because I was too in my own head.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah. I want to talk to you about something now.
Go ahead.
I need your opinion.
Okay.
I feel like sometimes I have a quite selfish way of talking. Like, I think sometimes it can seem like I'm not interested enough in what the other person is saying, and I'm just actually thinking about my response. Have you noticed this?
You just have autism.
Is that what autistic people are like?
Probably.
Nice.
Some of them. Who knows?
Peterson spent 25 minutes in a podcast explaining how well she speaks. Jordan Peterson spends 25 minutes explaining that the sun is out. Like, that doesn't mean anything.
Sorry, things will explode.
I see. If you look at the culturally Marxist relationship.
He stopped saying it. Did you notice this?
Did he stop saying?
He stopped saying. He never said culture. He said postmodern neo-Marxist, but he stopped saying.
No. He said no. I know for a fact he said cultural Marxism.
Oh, did he?
He said. Yeah, he said it in lectures that he's done.
I see. Well, he stopped saying.
He never. Huh. What does he say now?
I think he just says the woke left.
Yeah. How do you do a Jordan Peterson impression? Is
You
it
do a
just
Kermit the Frog? Yeah.
Yeah.
Kermit the Frog. I can't do it.
You can't.
No.
You can't do it.
I know
either.
I can't do it.
See.
But the difference is I didn't try.
See, I remember this is why I used to be smarter than I am now, because I knew that I couldn't do a Jordan Peterson accent, and in 2019, whenever I was trying to like comedically impersonate him, I would just start doing a Scottish accent.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that was a pretty good joke.
Oh shit, I looked at chat.
You gotta clean your room.
You can't do a Scottish accent either, that's the funny part.
Yeah, but it's better though. It's better enough to be funny.
Yeah. But Jordan Peterson's irrelevant now because everyone just listens to Andrew Tate now.
Which is insane because, like, while Jordan Peterson was saying, like, things of intellectual merit and substance sometimes, like, he's a pretty smart chap, that one. Andrew Tate just says like nonsense.
Yeah.
Like he's clearly just trying to make money off of people. Like I like listening to Jordan Peterson talk. Like
Andrew Tate got arrested for human trafficking again.
Yeah, he ran away from the UK because
he got arrested again. Just like,
yeah,
just
and now
recently.
now he got arrested in Romania.
Yeah.
People said it was because of Greta Thunberg, but that was actually fake news. Yeah, don't read out his address again.
Okay. That'll be a first. Wait, what were you saying, Osaka? You said something about... Oh, the Greta Thunberg thing. It's
yeah, that was fake news.
Yeah. That was fake news. You know what else is fake news? Let me talk about something extremely stupid that I don't know why I want to talk about it, but I'm just going to talk about it because this is my stream.
Do it.
I can talk about
Do
my
it.
stupid interest. So, so it should be widely known by now that I'm a fan of Ludwig Alders. I'm a bit of a Lud bud. Although I think his content's kind of gone downhill recently. He's kind of undergone a bit of a Mr. Beastification. But there was a while there where I still watch his stuff, but I feel like it's a little less interesting these days. But sometimes, anyway, sorry. So Ludwig has a channel called Mogul Mail where he talks about like news and like he sort of gives an overview on some news stories. And the most recent one he did was regarding the outcome of the OTK Mizkif situation, because this is all people that Osaka has no idea. You're like, who even are these people?
I don't know who any of these people are.
Yeah, they're all Twitch people. But if I were to sum it up real quick, the whole situation. No, not the Rich Campbell situation, the Mizkif situation. So guy who was friends with Asmongold allegedly helped to cover up a sexual assault. This is pretty much the situation.
Yeah.
Ludwig. So this happened a while ago, and there was supposedly like an internal investigation to figure out if Mizkif really had it covered up. Wait, what? Okay, so there's this guy called Mizkif. He's famous because he used to be Ice Poseidon's cameraman. He's now a member of... yeah.
Okay.
So then one of his friends, a guy called Crazy Slick, allegedly sexually assaulted a girl at a party. What he did was, she was passed out drunk. He crept into her room and felt her up. I think it's pretty likely that this happened, based on all the evidence. It's pretty likely that this did happen. However, at the time, the girl who'd been groped, she was passed out. She didn't really know what had happened. So it's kind of a weird situation where she was hearing what happened to herself from her own friends, right? It was who had like witnessed it, and it was a very strange situation. But at first, so she had sort of, oh shit, I missed my turn again. Fuck it, this is fine. This is not fine. It's fine. So yeah, it was kind of a weird situation where at first she was kind of non-committal on whether it was sexual assault because she didn't know. She was passed out at the time. And so Mizkif, Crazy Slick is Mizkif's like best friend from high school or whatever. And so the story goes that, and there's a reason that this came out, but it's annoying and stupid. The story goes that Mizkif sent over, he orchestrated a plan to go to this girl's house and convince her not to post tweets saying that this guy had sexually assaulted her. And he sent over 2 people. This is the allegation against Mizkif, that he masterminded this plan to downplay a sexual assault, which then happened. The tweets that this girl sent out were sort of downplaying, right? it's not helped by the fact that this girl is not the brightest cookie and not very good with her words, so she is not very good at like articulating what actually happened to her. And it's all a really awkward situation. But the thing is, this all sort of came to light at a certain point because of some stuff that's too kind of beyond the scope. And then a bunch of these guys all got in a Discord call together to like hash it out over the course of like 3 hours. It was Mizkif, Mitch Jones, who's one of the guys that went over to this girl's house, who's like the most annoying person in the universe, and then Trainwreck TV, who is the one who initially exposed Miz for doing this for ulterior reasons which were retarded. Trainwreck is an insane character himself. And then for no reason at all, XQC was there. Oh, Asmongold was also there. No, Asmon wasn't there. No, he wasn't in the call. I've listened to the whole call. He wasn't there. Well, he's had lots of bad takes. He's had quite a few. But what was his first? What was it?
There's a creepy festival going like, yeah, you know, the government got them to take the same way they got them MLK, basically.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Asmon has had a lot of bad takes.
Not really.
Yeah, he has. I don't know any specifics. I just like mostly on political stuff.
It's political stuff.
He says stuff that you would disagree with.
I mean, I would disagree with it, but it's okay.
Why did this guy just stop in the middle of the fucking road? This is a motorway.
His political takes were just like, democracy may be good, but that's it. That's like the most non-controversial things.
I see. Well, democracy may be good is a bad take anyway. So, anyway, this call happens, and then I don't know. I was just repeating this for Malibu. I didn't want to get into all of this. Anyway, the call, a bunch of stuff comes out in the call, whatever. That's kind of the last we hear about it until just recently when the internal investigation against Mizkif came to an end. And now I watched Ludwig's reporting on this, and he's just wrong. Like he's going. Oh, you just fucking. Oh, for fuck's sake! This is so. It's not your fault. It's the computer. Fucking. Oh, the mic didn't get fucked. Every time I've nudged it before, the mic has been fucked. Hello, check. Okay, you guys can still hear me, but can Osaka still hear me? Hello. Hello. Okay, it's working now. Asmongold's worst take was liking Baja Blast. I've never tried it. It's not available here. Anyway, this is a fucking dumb thing to be talking about. I don't know why I even brought it up. I just think Ludwig got some shit wrong, and after listening to the call, like, he talks about how there was no blackmail involved. At least in the call, Mizkif implies that there's blackmail. So that's all I wanted to say. It's just that he's wrong about this, and that like some of the other allegations were right. And especially the person who, like Mitch Jones was definitely the worst one involved here. But anyway, this is all fucking retarded. I don't know why I even brought this up.
It's because you're a Zoomer. You only watch normie content. Like how, oh, it's Autism Core when I watch XQC for 12 hours a day.
What do you watch?
I don't really watch YouTube. I've been watching Comic Party. Do you know about this show?
Yeah, I don't really like it.
I think it's kind of funny. I mean, the characters are kind of bland.
Yeah.
Like
I just generally felt like it hadn't aged very well. My opinion on Comic Party is that it's a lot of it is focused around just the idea of hey, it's an anime about otaku culture. It was kind of novel at the time. Like modern moe otaku culture had kind of only just been a thing that existed, right? So a lot of the show is just kind of built around the idea that itself will be a novel concept enough to like keep your attention. but you know, it's kind of it's kind of an overdone thing at this point, to the point where it's like no longer. Do you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
The best YouTube channel right now is Action Button. So true, 100%. And it's arguably true. He's easily like in contention for best YouTube channel.
Yeah, besides me, I think that's basically true. I think those are the only two YouTube channels I watch. Is basically just Action Button and me.
You've been rewatching my
videos. I watch your old videos. I don't watch your current videos because I feel like ever since you got a GF, everything just.
You're obsessed with this idea.
It's true.
It's literally not true.
Like,
what changed my content is that I stopped drinking all the time. I used to just be drunk all the time. You've been linking me these old videos. You've been linking me these old videos, and it's like, oh, the only difference is that I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but I just can't, like,
I relate to
I'm just
it.
old. Like, I can't handle that anymore. Nor do I mean, the actual thing that changed as well is that I started suffering from brain fog more severely. I realized this the other day, that, like, when you have to deal with brain fog a lot, like, the last thing you want is to artificially induce, like, an unclear mind, you know? Like, I fucking value the fact that I can think clearly and without, you know, obfuscation and with sobriety, because a lot of the time I don't even get a say in it. Like, I just am retarded because my brain has decided to be foggy, and so that makes the idea of getting drunk all the time like way less desirable. It's like, I don't want to, like, I already have to deal with this all the fucking time. Like, I don't want to make it worse.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really get brain fog.
Yeah, I mean, I never used to. It's a kind of a recent thing.
I made a video called Brain Fog is Good, actually, a long time ago.
I remember that video.
Yeah, I just talked about, I don't know, but, it was like 40 minutes long.
Wait, what's my downfall? Tell me how I fell off.
Okay, you want me to explain how you fell off?
And Maliboom as well.
Okay, so I'll admit you've made some.
Oh,
good
Digi!
videos.
You're talking about Marley's talking about Digi. Yeah, that's true. I agree with you.
It happened when Digi got a GF.
No, it didn't.
They fell off. Yeah, they did.
No,
Yeah.
there were plenty of good videos.
No, besides on the main channel, no.
No, the Gecko Estate videos. Some of them are good. Not all of them are good. Yeah,
some of the concepts in them are good.
Yeah, none of them are good. Like, even the classics aren't good on rewatch now that we're like adults.
I still like. I've been rewatching those too. I still like a lot of them.
Some of them are okay.
Yeah.
Digi made Let's Plays with pretty alright.
Yeah. I like the videos where she's drunk. I think those ones are good.
I think, I don't know, I don't have the encyclopedic knowledge of the Digi timeline anymore to tell you every single good video after May got involved.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I don't know, there's this thing that, like, happens to people who make good YouTube videos, where, like, it's like this succubus just, like, parasitically, like...
This is insane. This is an actually insane take.
No, I mean, but you know I believe it.
I know, that's what's fucked up.
Like...
But can you give me, like, this is just... I think this is your new Canadian government schizo take.
No. It hasn't happened to me. I'm the only person who it won't happen.
This is... Could you give me an example of how this has happened to me?
I mean, like... I'm not gonna bring up the gold standard because you'll get mad.
Because Dotesmite didn't have any hand in this.
Okay, do you want me to give you a more concrete example
Please
from
do.
that time? Because
Please
I
do.
remember when you were researching economics, you and I were on call debating it. Dotesmite jumped in the call and started
Dotesmite would jump in the call, but
Jewish
that
whispering
didn't,
in your fucking ear.
Okay, You're really fucking obsessed with this. Like it was like 3 days. It was like 3 days like a year ago, and you're really fucking obsessed with it for some reason. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, it's so strange. You're a strange person. Like, you've just, like, I don't know why you bring this up.
Listen, okay, I won't bring that up, but like...
Also, you were talking about my content.
Yeah.
Did I make a video about the gold standard?
You made a video talking about economics, right?
No, I didn't.
Well, okay, maybe I'm misinformed. But, like, I don't know, like, I just watch your videos now and I get the vibe, like, you know, this isn't a stay in my room and, like, drink and be cool kind of guy. Like, this is like I stay in my room and have sex kind of guy.
I do not have sex.
Yeah, I probably fuck more than you.
Oh, there's not even a question about it. It's 100%.
But this is the thing, though. I'm just the good version of all of this.
This is just wrong.
No, it's just true.
But you haven't made a good video in like 3 years.
That's really funny. Now you're just doing it to me.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll take what I'm dishing out. But yeah, like, I don't know. Like, it's not that they're bad per se, but it's just like, I watch them and I'm just like, I don't know, this isn't relatable in the same way anymore. It's like, you used to be like a cool drunk guy, and now, like, I don't know what happened.
I mean, literally the only thing that's changed is that I do less autobiographical content now, because I realized that, like, talking about myself is kind of boring, at least to me.
Oh,
like, I just felt like I'd sort of said everything about myself that needed to be said.
Actually, I feel like that's a big component to this. I feel like the less autobiographical thing, like, actually, I think that's, like, might be the biggest component.
Yeah, no, that's fair. If you just said that, I would have, if you'd made the reasonable point, I would have probably agreed with you.
Well, I mean, I was making connections between things, and I don't know. But I feel like there's another component to this, too, because my favorite video that you've made is called This Is Not an Anime Review, 2005.
Yeah.
And, like, I rewatched that video a couple times recently, because I do every so often, and it had been just long enough that I kind of forgot what the video was like, and I was, like, really taken aback watching it, because there was this rant that you did that I remember really impacted me, where you said, like, you know, in media, there's always these characters that end up being used for, like, the moral of the story to be, you need to get out of your room, and being alone, cutting yourself off from others is actually bad. But then you said, there are some people that are like that just because they need to survive, or, like, that's what they need to survive. And, like, there was also a random line where you said you would never have an EGF, and, like, I don't know, like, it was just so sad, that video. And I watched it and I was just like...
Yeah, you mad because I'm in a better place in life?
Yes.
I see. I mean, I'm still depressed as fuck. I just stopped feeling the need to publicize it.
Yeah, but now when you get depressed, I get worried about you.
Well, yeah. That's the difference.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, I agree, like, I did definitely, like, the decision to cut down on the autobiographical content in my videos was a conscious one. Like, it wasn't necessarily that one thing was better than the other. Like, it's not that I think my videos are better now that they're less autobiographical. They're just different. And it was just, I mean, as I said, I just sort of felt like I'd run out of things to say about myself, and then I was just repeating myself. Because this is something Digi did a lot. Like, I'm sure you remember. Like, at a certain point, Digi just started telling the same stories over and over again. And sort of repeating the same points, and I really didn't want to do that. Like, I always felt that was kind of boring and uninnovative, so I decided to focus less on that sort of thing.
I feel like I've been able to find new ways of looking at the same stories, or just to like talk about new stuff.
Yeah, you mainly talk about new stuff, but you have a much more interesting life than I do. Like I'm a true hikikomori, right? Like I just stay indoors all day, whereas you like go
Yeah.
outside and you like do drugs and all this. Like, well, not anymore, but you did at a certain point. Like you know, you have like wacky adventures that often don't turn out very well for you. Whereas like I don't really do that. Like I kind of genuinely do just stay inside all day and play video games and watch YouTube and watch anime and make music. Like that's
Yeah.
if I've tried before to make like more recently to make like day in my lifestyle vlogs where I just show what I do, and it's just really boring. Like I don't do any, like the stuff that I do is it's really interesting to me, but it's not interesting to watch. Like I'm happy with where my life is at. I'm not like fully contented or anything, and yeah, I'm often kind of sad, but generally the things that I'm sad about are like a little more mundane, because I'm just older now. Like stuff I'm sad about is like having responsibilities. Like, oh, my fucking boiler broke, I have to pay for that because I have a house now that I have to look after, you know, or like I have to do chores. Like it's kind of more normie, boring responsibility having stuff, just because that's you know, I'm not mooching off my parents anymore, right? Like I'm living as a true me, or you know, no job, no parents to, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
So that's like, no one wants to hear about that really. I feel like it's kind of boring to even talk about.
Yeah, it would kind of sound like your dad at the water cooler or something.
Yeah, exactly,
like,
exactly. So that's why I don't really talk about that stuff. And then in terms of like my emotional state, again, like a lot of stuff is like I feel bad all the time, or a lot, because I just get sick a lot recently, and like I have brain fog. When I have brain fog, I can't really record vlogs. Like it's hard to even formulate sentences. So that's not really an option. And then the second I'm out of it, I don't want to think about it again. Like it sucks. Like it makes me suicidal. I don't want to think about, like I just want to be I just want to be gracious that I am no longer feeling like that. Yeah. And then, you know, I just talk about my interests, which is something I've always done. But now I actually know more about them than I did in the past. Like before I could sort of talk about technology stuff, but I didn't really have that much. I mean, not that I know a lot about them nowadays, but I knew even less then. And so I kind of had to pad it out with the autobiographical information, just because I didn't have enough stuff to talk about, because I didn't know enough. Whereas nowadays I'm a little more knowledgeable, and I don't feel like I need to pad it out with the autobiographical part, which is kind of what I've always wanted to do. But it's not like my videos are no longer autobiographical at all. I mean, they're still way more autobiographical than like standard YouTube content, I feel.
I mean, I agree. I was gonna say, I think some of the clips that you choose not to release, I think in the past you would have been more likely to release. Like, when I was at your house and you recorded those clips of you, like, playing around with this browser that kept breaking, I felt like that would be, like, a funny, like, one-off in, like, a 1-hour video or something.
Yeah.
But you just didn't do anything with it, you know? Like, I feel like you've changed. It's not just that, like, you don't talk about certain stuff anymore. I feel like you're less likely to include certain things in your videos that I feel like maybe you think make them less polished or something. I like the unpolishedness.
Well, the thing, it's generally because like when I have, like I'm trying to improve my video quality. So like when I go back and I rewatch my old videos, I'm taking note of the sections where the stuff that I personally find boring. Like I want to hear about that web browser if it leads to something, you know, if it has a narrative to it. But when I recorded that clip, it just sort of went nowhere. You know, I just tried it out, it didn't really work, and I couldn't fix it. So I ended up not doing anything with it because it didn't have any sort of narrative arc. It didn't have any sort of story to it.
Yeah, and I mean, my approach to content, and really like my approach to art in general, is like that scene from Welcome to the NHK where Yamazaki is saying like a drama has like a resolution, and like you know, a middle and beginning. But life, it isn't really like that. We just go day after day with a bunch of vague anxieties that are never really resolved. Like that to me is the beauty of that video, that like that video really captures like those vague anxieties not being resolved. And it's part of why it's kind of heartbreaking to watch. Like like I remember when I first watched that, like it was like physically painful for me by the end of it, but that was like a very cathartic thing, you know, because I felt like more of a human after I watched it, you know. And that to me, like I was like, that's art, you know, that's this YouTube video is art.
But I feel like I mean, maybe it's not exactly the same. But I still like, I guess I just want my YouTube videos to be more like something I would actually watch. Like that's the difference. Is it's not just that my style has changed to be more like what I always wanted it to be. It's more like what I want from making a video has changed. Just my preferences have changed. Like I don't necessarily. I don't think I would watch a 10-hour-long video of, like... Also, I mean, hold on a minute. Maybe you just don't watch the really long videos I release. Like, have you seen Unapologetically Maximalist? Like, that's exactly what you're talking about. I didn't delete any clips.
It's 12 hours long.
Yeah, it's 12 hours long.
Okay, it needs to be a little more curated. But all...
Like, the point is, like, actually, I don't know why I didn't bring this up sooner. Unapologetically Maximalist is exactly what you're talking about, except the most I could possibly do. Like, it's as unfiltered as possible.
It's too much. You need, like, a middle ground.
I mean, you can just pause the video and come back to it later.
That's not really the same thing as making, like, a film, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I
don't know,
never
a lot
made
of your old
film.
videos feel like films. It's cool.
I read those comments when people are like, this could be an art film, and I just think they've never watched an art film in their life.
I mean, you know I've watched
Yeah, you
art
have.
films. Yeah. But, like, I don't know, I feel like maybe you don't understand the appeal of you for a lot of people.
Maybe I don't.
Because, like, this is the exact same thing that Digi did after she got a girlfriend. She was like, you know, oh, I'm finally doing what I want to do. Or she would say, oh, what I want to do has just changed. And it's like, every time I heard her say that, I felt like she fundamentally misunderstood what the appeal of her own content was for people.
I mean, I'm making stuff that appeals to me. I don't really care if it appeals to my audience.
Yeah.
But it seems to.
I know.
mean, my views have gone up since I've been doing, like, more recently. So
And Digi's views went up as well.
That's
after
not true.
they got a
Digi's views went down.
No, after May? No, they went up. Yeah.
Did they? Well, I don't know. I don't really remember. But I just remember Digi constantly complaining about not getting views.
Yeah. I mean, that was later.
That was later?
Yeah,
Okay.
like... Yeah, but, like... I don't know. I just feel like... I don't know. I feel like Dotesmite is, like, this, like... mind virus.
But we've already
Like,
established it has nothing to do with Dotesmite.
Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, they were, like, cool and edgy.
I mean, I
And
don't...
then, like-
you know when you were staying here, right?
Yeah.
And how it was just like Dotesmite in the front room playing RuneScape and me in my room on my ThinkPad.
Yeah.
And then you would come in and talk to us, like, alternatively, because you didn't have a computer or anything to do, so you just had to be talking all the time, because otherwise you'd be bored.
Yeah.
Like, that's just... Imagine that situation minus you. Like, I'm just on my computer, they're just on their computer, and we don't really talk most of the day. And then like, it's like we both go off to work, you know, and then I cook meals for us, and we talk. But, like, most of the time... I mean, yeah, if you're still like autistically screeching about that's normie, that's not how you're not, like I feel like I feel like you're just like you haven't grown as or matured as a person to do. Like if you're still like if like that's something a child would do. You know, like we're not 14 anymore. Like we're not sitting here like, oh, we fucking normies. Like, oh my god, I'm so cool because I'm like an incel or whatever. Like, I feel like we're kind of past
I'm not
this.
incel core.
Why won't it? Is there a car in front of me? Oh,
but no, I'm saying I'm not. There's a difference. There's a difference in how I personally feel about you as a friend and your life or whatever. Like, you know, I've made some pretty genius moves as far as ensuring and fostering you and Dotemite's relationship. You're welcome. But, you know, that's a different issue. I'm just talking about your videos, which aren't really connected to a human being, you know?
I mean, but I think you're wrong. Like, well, I think there's a couple of things you're wrong about. The first thing is, one of the reasons, like, I don't know if you've noticed this with my music, but I don't like to do the same thing twice. Like, I like to switch it up. I get bored very easily. So, I have, like, the idea of just making the same video I've already made a few times is like physically repulsive to me. It's like the second that I even conceive of doing that, I just don't even want to do it. If I'm like, well, I've already done this, it completely, like, it's like it's a complete turn off, I guess. Like it makes me really not want to do it. It just makes the entire idea of doing something like that seem completely unappealing. And I'm not going to make videos I don't want to make. So the first thing is that I just need to keep things fresh for me to even maintain interest in them and still do it.
Well, I mean the thing is, like, it's not really about asking you to make the same video again and again. It's more so like, I feel like you could make different videos and just not have all this normie shit.
What's the normie shit? Explain. Like, this is one of the things is you... Dotemite's never in my videos, really. Like, they might show up a little bit.
It's the undercurrent. It doesn't...
What's the undercurrent? What's the other... I feel like you're just reading, like, into stuff that's not really there.
I mean, like... I don't...
That's true.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain this, like, mind virus. Like... I don't, like, you know when you have a computer and, like, you go to, like, a dodgy website and, like you click a link that you're not supposed to click?
Yeah, Maliboom's right. Osaka's just arguing for the sake of arguing for no real reason.
No, I genuinely care about this point. You have a video called Making the Same Video Over and Over Again?
I do have a video called Making the Same Video. That was the start of me not wanting to make those kinds of videos. But also, I have continued, like, this is one of the weird things, is I think I got gaslit. I think Osaka gaslit me, because I have made a bunch of the kind of videos that they're talking about.
No, but they're not as good. Like, I don't know how to explain, like, they're kind of, there's something here. Like, I'm not just making shit up. Like, there's something here.
Actually, my videos are way better than they used to be. Like,
of course, this is what Digi said. It's the same shit.
The day shift 1 and 2 videos are like some of my best videos, and they're kind of in the same style you're talking about, but they're a little more like cerebral, I think, and there's a little more attention focused on me, like, actually what I'm saying rather than just how I'm saying it. Like, it's not just a skin deep like my other videos were.
Art is not about the what. It's about the how.
Yeah, and they're way better now. Like, the presentation of those videos is way more interesting than what I have to say.
Your idea of it, like, this is like when Digi said the presentation is better because they're in like 4K and I have a better microphone.
That's not what I said,
like,
though.
You didn't say that, but like...
No, so you're arguing against some random person that you just made up.
No, why are you always accusing me of this? I'm trying to explain my point.
You do this because you do it a lot. You just start saying, like, it's not even straw manning, because it's just a pile of straw that's like vaguely, like, maybe you could see it as a man. Like, you just do this a lot. You just argue against an opinion that no one has.
I didn't show all the evidence yet.
You haven't shown a single shred of evidence.
I haven't. No, that's not fair. Come on.
What did you say? You
Like,
said it doesn't have any it's less autobiographical, which is partially true, and
No,
that's not really part of your point.
I provided examples, like, but I'm about to provide another example. Like, what I'm saying is, you're gonna say that, like, surface level aspects of those videos have improved. Like, you like the transitions more, or you think it's more relevant or something. And what I'm saying is, I like the unpolished nature of many of those other videos, whereas you would say, I just never wanted to watch that to begin with.
No, the difference is literally, I mean, I figured this out ages ago in this conversation, and you just refused to acknowledge it, which is that the only difference is that the videos that you want are now longer, and they have more of the thing you want. Those are the long-form videos I make, like unapologetic maximalism.
Yeah, but I've tried watching those videos, and one, they're too long. It's like Homestuck.
That's true. Homestuck is too long.
Homestuck is terrible. I'm glad we can agree on that.
It isn't very good.
Yeah, the malware infecting your computer doesn't agree with us, but that's okay. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm not saying make it so unpolished.
Yeah, Osaka and Kyosu did have sex.
That would never happen. He's too short. But like, and now I've just totally lost my train of thought. Okay, what you said was, I want your videos to be less Oh, is this dog okay? I'm gonna help this dog out.
Is Homestuck bad? No one actually likes Homestuck. People like Homestuck. I see. I don't know about Homestuck. I'm not gonna have a Homestuck debate.
It's like a Tumblr, like, femoid thing. Like, the kind of people who would like simp over YouTubers are into that.
I see.
But what I'm saying is, like, wait, I'm off the malware thing now. Where was I? Oh yeah, so, like, the thing is, the unapologetically maximalist is too unpolished. I want the middle ground between your, like, hyper-polished.
This is the thing. Osaka can't take it. You're too normie.
What do you mean?
You're literally too normie. It's literally too deep for you.
I'm so.
Ooh, I can't like. You're like, I want it unpolished. I also like that. You know, like you're acting as if like I just don't see the appeal. I see the appeal. I dig deep into the appeal. I do more of that appeal, more concrete. Just physically more in every way. I mean, that's why they're long, right? It's just more. It's more in every single way, right? Of the stuff that you want. And it's like, no, it's too much. Make it more easily digestible for me. Okay, pussy. How about you watch fucking Casey Neistat or something then?
Unlike you, I don't watch normie YouTube. But like, I'm trying to figure out how to. Like,
the thing is, if you'd had this argument with me like a month ago, I would have 100% agreed with you. I would have, because I was obsessed with the idea that I fell off.
Yeah.
But then I actually went and rewatched my old videos, and they just weren't that good.
Yeah, I don't know, you just have this weird thing where you changed. Like,
I switched?
It has to be like that malware.
Are you saying I switched?
Like,
in what way did I switch? Don't switch. I just failed a bunch of projects and got kind of disappointed. That's true. What were you saying, Osaka? Sorry for interrupting you.
It's fine. I was basically saying, like, the like most consistent thing I can point to is the fact that Goatsmite is there.
Like, this is insane. It hasn't, like, the timelines don't even make sense.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm just kind of skeptical of them.
You're just skeptical of Don't Smite.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of
I
them.
think but the thing that makes me think that your argument has like no merit is that no one else has ever mentioned this to me. And I have a bunch of people who watch all of my videos, and no one else has ever brought it up. I mean, people have noted that my content has changed, but they've only ever noted it in positive ways. Like,
Yeah, much in the same way that like most of Digi's audience
that's
was
literally not true at all.
No,
This is historic. You're tanky. You're doing historical revisionism.
no. Most of Digi.
I didn't change your content for the certain thing, but I did kind of change your content.
What do you mean?
Like, I think Hank the whole Rock Band saga is just wants to say big deal, but I think they kind of like completed the certain here and there and then things like
I see. You completed the system of German ideas.
I feel confident that I can take through like us making project.
Yeah, but that's not what Osaka's talking
Yeah,
about.
like what I'm saying is like that's what
I think maybe. It holds a bit up to it. The Love God saga is nowhere near as good as Sacred Cow, though. You refuse to admit that. You refuse to accept this. We'll leave it up to
It's
the
like-
audience to decide.
No,
That's true, actually.
the Love God saga is like 2 hours long.
I like the iPod Touch third generation video. That's a really good video. That's true.
It's like I can't. I did watch all of that. Now I'm just making stuff up.
Oh,
I was
now
about to
you
say
are?
I was about to say I can't watch all of that. It's like 2 hours long, but I remembered I watched all the videos in the playlist. But yeah, I don't know where that came from. Yeah.
I mean, Shadow Sazabi is right. Like, something did change about my videos. I decided to make them a little less focused on me.
Yeah, and I come to Dento videos for the personalities there, and you have.
Well, I mean, when I say it's like it's fairly small, but I mean, I'm still in them because I'm making videos about stuff I'm passionate about. So like, it's still very much I'm trying to make the sort of videos that only I can make. You know?
I mean, I'm passionate about a lot of stuff also, but I feel like I don't talk about it as much because I feel like I can't do the subjects justice. Or I don't know, when I do I feel like it comes up in a cool context. It's just, I don't know, it's just different.
You know what actually
feel like-
changed me?
What?
It was actually finishing university.
Probably.
That makes the timelines make way more sense.
Oh, so it is you becoming a normie. It's just in a different way.
Wait, but how have I become a normie? You're like there's not even it's not even questionable that you're like about 10 million times more normie than me. Like there's not even a
How?
debate. You're like actually a
one
normie.
more-
You've even said it yourself multiple times. You've said I'm basically a normie. Quote Osaka, I'm basically a normie. Like you've literally said this a million times. Like it's just objectively true. There's not even a question. There's no debate to even be had.
You've seen how autistic I am in real life. How am I a normie?
You're because normie doesn't mean actually. It's like we're going back to like 2012 before anyone knew what the word normie meant. A normie means someone who thinks there is such a thing as a normal person and strives to be like that. Not because obviously there's no such thing as a normal person. Everyone has something unique about them. You know, like there's right. We've established this. No really went downhill after watching Ludwig. I don't think I've emulated Ludwig in any way.
What do you want to do? Yeah. Keep going.
The only way I haven't been reading the chat. There's a bunch of funny messages. I will. I believe the only way No can win this argument is to literally re-upload his old videos and pretend they're new. Just do what you're passionate about / obsessed with at the moment and don't worry about nothing else. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. You should make a video with John J. Renz. He denied my sex offer twice. It's nearly impossible to love an artist for all of your life. I don't love anyone. I just try to have sex with people who aren't interested in me. You will. No one leaves the rape room unraped. No really went downhill after watching Ludwig. No one leaves the grape room ungraped. No should emulate CGP Grey. That would be perfect. I don't think I'm going to do that. I also don't know who this John person is.
Long John Everett.
I see. Happy New Year, Dead Kennedy.
Nice.
Yeah, anyway, my contention is that Osaka is just blinded by nostalgia.
No, I mean, for one, Digi made a good video on why nostalgia does not blind. But also, I just want to be clear.
I mean, you can tell that Osaka is blinded by nostalgia because they just said the phrase Digi made a good video.
I knew, see, the thing, I said that knowing you were going to say that.
I see.
But, yeah. I set myself up for these. It's like a self-ode. But, but yeah, like, I mean, I've reevaluated these videos. I came to them with a new perspective. I think having a conservative approach to one's life isn't actually a bad thing. Like, the notion that you have to be changing, like, every single minute, and that it's like, I don't know, I feel like maybe some people just need to chill.
No, I agree, but I mean, I'm a little confused as to how that's relevant.
I don't know, I mean, you were saying I was blinded by nostalgia. No, I think I'm just conservative.
Oh, that's fine. No, I mean, I've said this before in videos, and I mean, I still try and stick to it, which is that, like, when I'm watching anime or something, like, I actually said it in the video that was mentioned earlier, making the same video over and over again, or whatever the fuck the video was called, that, like, what I want to do is basically make the same video over and over again. Like, I value consistency in the people I watch a lot, and, like, like when I watch a slice of life anime, I talk about slice of life anime in that video, that, like, I do just want it to be the same thing I've already seen a million times because I like that thing and I don't want it to change. And I think I do the same thing basically in my content. Like, I change it up enough to keep myself interested, but fundamentally, I mean, the differences are fairly subtle. I think you'll agree.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know. I think, like, we didn't really address this point about normies, where you made this ad hom attack on me, and then you claim that I'm a normie. Like, you didn't really explain any of this stuff.
Okay. I don't need to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm asking you to. I'm not saying you need to. I'm just a little confused.
Where do we even start?
Well, what about me's normie?
Your desires in life. Your approach to things in general.
Okay, we're getting a little too broad. What are my desires in life?
I don't know, Rad.
You don't even know. You don't even know what you're saying.
I thought this was I don't know, man. It just feels like you just want to have an argument. It's like the Monty Python sketch.
I mean, I'm saying, like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like everyone got GFs except me.
You have a GF. Who's everyone?
Yeah, I have one, but it doesn't. It doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
Yeah, because I'm happy and I have, like, a nice thing going. Like,
I don't know. This is. I don't know. You're just. This is insane.
Well, the thing is, I know I can make it interesting, and
well, I don't mention it ever. Like, I don't really bring it up or, like, nothing. I don't understand. I think you're just speaking nonsense.
I don't have to bring it up. I don't have to bring it up because the insights that I can learn about myself through connecting with another person in that way, I feel like would be interesting enough without bringing her up.
What are you even talking about?
Well,
Anyway, let me begin some evidence that Osaka is a normie. We're at the trial right now. Okay, we're doing a drumhead trial of Osaka syndrome.
Okay.
You're not beating the normie allegations, Osaka. Okay, first of all, you listen to prog. You literally like the band. You literally like In Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth 3. You're literally like, that's the best fucking album ever. Okay, normie. That's number one. Number two, you get hella bitches. You get so many bitches. Is this not true?
I mean, yeah.
Osaka syndrome gets so many bitches. Like, you can't even complain about any of, like, the crux of your argument. The crux of your argument rests upon the premise that No Thank You somehow gets bitches. No Thank You does not get bitches. No Thank You did not have a bitch for at least 5 years prior to their current bitch, okay? My client does not get a single bitch. Osaka syndrome is constantly talking about, there's this new cute girl I'm talking to, there's this new cute guy I'm talking to. Just every other day it's a new bitch, or a new, male bitch. It's constant. And then, because Osaka syndrome is a giga normie, they basically only care about having sex with this person and then never talk to them again when it turns out they're incompatible. Until, just recently, they actually got a girlfriend. This happened to Osaka syndrome. This is also the exact thing that happens to every single normie ever. Next, Osaka syndrome goes outside all the fucking time. Osaka syndrome is not a hikikomori and hasn't been for years. They go outside constantly. And then they make this insane argument that they're a hiki in the streets, which is complete nonsense, right? That's like it's a statement which is incompatible with itself. It's a paradoxical statement. And they just do this to excuse their behavior because they have this inexorable identitarian tie to the idea of being a hikikomori, even though it hasn't been true about themselves for years. And so in order to not be overwhelmed by cognitive dissonance, they have to invent paradoxical concepts like hiki in the streets. Next, Osaka syndrome has a good diet and is generally healthy. Osaka syndrome eats goddamn, what's that shit called? What's the shit they were eating? Muesli or some shit, right? Like, Osaka syndrome eats like a 27-year-old white girl who does yoga. Like, they actually eat so many fucking vegetables and like healthy shit. You know what I be eating? I be eating tendies, motherfucker. I be eating fucking tendies, okay? Fucking Osaka syndrome came here. I fed him tendies. They were like, no, not fucking tendies. I gotta eat my vegetables. I gotta eat my like normie core white woman yogurt and fruit and fucking breakfast type shit. I'm sorry, what? Osaka syndrome was trying to become a vegan recently. Like, not even that long ago they were trying to become a vegan. Like, it's insane. Okay, the level of normiedom this person's on. You ask this, you ask the accused about any of this sort of thing. Like, what's their favorite movie? It's like probably fucking some Soviet film. It's probably like Stalker or something.
Well, that is on my 3x3. My favorite. I'm making myself look
exactly
worse by telling you what my favorite movie is.
Right, it's The Irishman, right? Osaka syndrome has first-year film student taste in movies. They're gonna tell you about how Quentin Tarantino is a genius because his dialogue is so good. That's my favorite film, Mean Girls. My favorite film is also kind of normie. It's Tokyo Story, but Mean Girls isn't.
Why? I just want to point out everything you're saying is true, and it doesn't do anything to damage my standing.
I'm not. You see, unlike you, I am not attempting a character assassination. Okay, all I'm arguing is that those in glass houses should not throw stones.
Hey, listen, I can do all of these things, and because I'm just not the same as the other people who do the stuff that I'm doing.
Exactly. I think we've closed the case. What is the most normie thing to do ever is to deny that you're a normie. No normie will ever admit it. in admitting that you're a normie, being like, there are some people like I think Asmund does this, where he goes, yeah, I'm basically a normie. Who am I thinking of? There's some streamer that does this. I don't fucking remember. But anyway, like, some people will do this. Like, they'll be like, you know, yeah, I am basically a normie. And then you look at their life, and it's like they just spend all day playing video games, and like they haven't eaten a proper meal in like 10 years, and you know, they just drink, I don't know, Monster till it comes out of their ears or something. It's like they're so obviously not a normie to anyone but their twisted audience. Like, that's a non-normie thing to do. Osaka syndrome denies it. I don't know. I find it very interesting.
Dotesmite, what do you think? Ask them.
I don't fucking care, they said.
Yeah. But, I mean...
The
how
concept of normiedom is flawed in itself. Yui
exactly.
says,
So I'm not
Osaka
wrong.
can come live with me. I could support him.
Interesting. Don't worry about it. I got that covered, buddy.
Oh, are we gonna do
Also, you're like 16. I'm in the UK. I don't live there. I live... Well, never mind. But yeah,
it? Everyone
I
knows
think,
where you live.
no one knows where I live.
Literally everyone knows where you live.
You would never know if I were... never mind. But, like... I don't know. Dotesmite, you know... The world's most powerful computer has spoken. And they said that categorically I am not a normie because the category is fundamentally flawed. I think I rest my case.
What's the world's most powerful computer got to do with any of this? Is Obama involved?
Oh no! Hey, you just told on yourself. There's a way I'm not normie.
Oh,
Yeah.
what, you have mental illnesses?
Yeah,
Join the
exactly.
goddamn club.
Yeah. I'm trying to I'm trying to feed puppies at the same time I'm
You know what
talking.
Osaka syndrome has? You wanna have some normie evidence, normie proof. You know what Osaka syndrome has?
What?
Pronouns.
Yeah.
You're done. You're donezo.
Yo.
You literally have
you-
pronouns in your bio. Oh my god, it's true.
I'm trying to feed these guys. You keep talking. I'm gonna put Yui in my Discord.
I watch in horror as you keep ramming the truck against the and you gotta yeah, okay, I mean sometimes people are in the way. Where did the thing go?
Yo, Yui, if you're like not a minor and are serious, go for it. Why not? I'll crash on your couch. I live at everybody's house. I've lived at everybody's house.
I don't want these goddamn mirrors.
I gave him, her, I don't know who it is. I gave them my Discord, but I don't know if they're actually serious.
Argentina campeón del mundo.
Oh shit. Real?
It's the World Cup happened a while ago.
Yeah. No, I was watching it at your house. You know, more normie evidence. I watched the World Cup when everybody
This is
else
some
was doing it.
Dotesmite normie evidence actually, being into sports.
Yeah. Well, they watch FNAF theory videos. Like, what? Need I say more?
That's true.
Yeah.
Osaka said they watch FNAF videos, need I say more?
Need I say more?
Okay, well I think we've figured out the truth of this matter asserted. I think we'll let the court of public opinion decide this one.
I'm gonna make my thesis on a hiki in the streets, and it's gonna blow everyone
It's
the
not.
fuck
It's gonna
out.
be nonsense.
I actually know what I'm talking about.
You
I
do
am an
not.
expert in doublespeak. This is not doublespeak.
Yeah, 'cause you're a
I used to
liberal.
speak. No. No, like, this a hee in the streets thing is 100% valid. It just means something different than what you think.
This is just a. Osaka keeps doing this. It's just a schizo thing.
I mean, maybe it is, like
the way you use
I don't-
language to just like. I mean, it's fine. It's just very frustrating. Like, it's not morally wrong or anything. It just makes talking to you sometimes annoying. Because it's like.
I mean, go ahead.
Because it's like, you'll just use a word, and then I'll be like, but that's not what that word means. It doesn't make any sense. And you'll say, well, it means that when I'm using it. Like, I'm just refusing to be beholden to like, the rules of language. Which is like, sure. But then that just makes communication really difficult.
I mean, do you think this is because I have, like, actual schizo stuff going on? Like, what's your theory?
I mean, this is a common thing that schizos do. Yeah.
I see. Well, I guess
Kanye
we
does it.
solved it. Got a QT street hiki coming over, no stress. Hiki in the streets makes sense, actually. Denying it is just conservatism and staying behind the times. True! See, this guy fucking gets it. This
Okay.
guy knows what I'm talking about.
Call me a conservative then. It will simply bounce off my skin because I'm made of rubber like Luffy from Dragon Ball.
Yo, this guy wants me to say it, so I'm gonna say it for him. Faded in a hoe, faded in a hoe, faded in a hoe, faded in a hoe. Okay, I did it. Wait, yo, this is incredibly convenient. I just found out some really convenient information.
Go ahead.
I can't tell you.
This is true. Actually, norminess is gender dependent. Exactly. This is so true. You know who's normie gender? Out of all three of us here. You want to guess who's normie gender?
Notes.
No, it's you.
What?
You're a girl.
That's true, but no one remembers. No one remembers. Everyone just calls me he, him.
Actually-
including you, right?
No, I try and use they, them for you. Just because I use it for
Yeah.
everyone. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah. I'm trying to, like, tend to these small puppies, and they just keep crying. Like, I feed them, and they just keep crying. What do I do?
Breastfeed them.
I don't have that ability. It's like, it's really upsetting.
I don't know, that puppies just do this.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just really upsetting. I don't like it when animals are, like, in pain. It's
Oh, I
sad.
missed my turn. Oops. When it comes to normies, no is not a conservative, he's an eco-fascist. I don't think that's true at all. I think... Who's the most eco-fascist? I think Dotsmite is the closest to eco-fascist of all of us. Yeah, I don't know. None of us are really eco-fascist.
Yeah, I'm not an eco-fash. Dotsmite is just a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, Dotsmite's just a neo-Nazi. I mean, you believe that white people should feel guilty for, like... I know. Osaka's just been saying this for some reason.
Yeah.
You believe in ethnostates, according to Osaka. According to Osaka and no one else.
Maybe I am a schizo. Like, didn't I call your wife, like, malware earlier? What did
Yeah.
I mean by
I
that?
don't know, it was very strange. I
Yeah.
have evidence that believe me, we all have evidence that Osaka is a neo-Nazi. There's so much evidence.
Everyone has evidence of it but me. That's what's crazy.
I have clips of you talking about certain groups of people.
But you have clips of me saying lots of things.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything when I'm politically ambiguous.
That's true. You also implied Dotes was a succubus. You did say that.
That's true.
I was not. I wish that was true.
So was Digital May and all of these people. Everyone except mine.
I think I would get bored of it really quickly.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing about... I can't say that. Listen.
Osaka was gonna say this is the thing about women, but they forgot that they're included in that now. Like, you don't get to do this.
It's funny still. I mean, J.K. Rowling does it about other women.
Yeah, Dote Smite's just a femboy.
Yeah. I don't know. Street hikis were previously referred to as sewer priests. It's true. I don't know. People know lots of things in this chat. My friend, no thank you. The honorable.
My honorable friend.
My honorable friend.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've reached an impasse where we're gonna have to do the Treaty of Ghent right now.
Okay, let's do the Treaty of Versailles.
I'm gonna have to agree to disagree.
I think we're gonna have to do the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of Denver.
I don't know, you're just saying nonsense.
I was going a little bit schizo about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact the other day. I didn't really... All I shared with you was just an image where I had photoshopped... I had photoshopped a ribbon cable over a picture of a Molotov, and I was saying Molotov Ribbon Cable Pact.
That was pretty funny.
I was just reading the Wikipedia article over and over again.
That sounds like something I would do.
I don't remember any of it. I was just reading it, but I couldn't remember it, so I had to keep going back and like rereading it, and I still don't remember anything that was like in it.
Yeah, I'll go to sleep now. Have fun agreeing on disagreeing. Good night. Let's see. This is comfy to listen to while working at 5 a.m. Thanks. Where is that? Is that Europe? I don't know, 5 a.m. 3 years or 3 hours away. That's a long way.
I will be voting for Ron DeSanctimonious.
Your rooter?
I will be voting for Ron DeSacramento.
The Sacrosantus is somewhat of a... I don't know, he's a person.
People are always talking, you know, the Democrats, they're always talking about how the Republicans are going to be death to American democracy. But don't you think America could do with a little less democracy?
You just sound like Curtis Yarvin now.
Now?
Yeah, that's true. It's like, that's a word for word exactly something he would say.
That's true.
Yeah.
Here's my question. You know, so many problems in the world, or in America specifically, right now, are created by this unprecedented political division in the country, where because everyone feels like they have a right to have their voice heard, you get families coming together at Thanksgiving that can't even get along. You know, they're tearing families apart. You get schools across the country teaching vastly different curriculums, feeding a younger generation who just have no hope of ever understanding each other, all driven by political motivations, because everyone feels like they should have a part in government. You know, I wouldn't walk into a mathematics lecture, sit down, and listen to this guy talk about set theory or whatever, and then at the end of it stand up and say, I don't agree. And then he would ask me to, verify my positions, and I would say, it doesn't matter if I can verify my positions, because I have the right right? To have a say in what you teach and what you do. I don't think anyone would accept this, right? But clearly, this mathematics professor should have more of a say in what goes on in the field of mathematics than me, someone who doesn't really know anything about set theory. You know? Surely.
Yeah. I mean, when you think about it, like Amazon sent me a package on time because they have an obligation to their shareholders to do so. Why can't the government work exactly the same way?
It's a good question. I think if people just didn't think that their opinions mattered on politics, which they don't, by the way. We all know this, right? Everyone knows that, like, your political opinions don't actually matter. Like, even if you're out here canvassing or whatever, like, it's still a very small impact. But most people aren't doing that, right? Like, even in that case, you know, maybe sure you can be, like, part of the party, sort of. But, like, if you're not, if you're just me and you, like, everyone acknowledges it doesn't really matter if I'm a fucking communist or Bernie bro or an anarchist or a conservative, you know, like, none of it really has any impact, but somehow it's still considered to be the most important possible thing. Like, oh, they're going to be corrupting our youth by indoctrinating them into conservative ideals or liberal ideals. Like, it's like it's such a big deal. But really, why does it matter? Why should we have a say in any of this when we haven't demonstrated an ability to even, like, form coherent arguments half the time? You know, there are certain people, certain pundits who are, like, you know, paid to do this. You know, you look at Hassan, you look at Vosh, it's like, this is their job, and they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. And that's just on the left. I mean, on the right, it's even worse. These people can't even begin to justify their ideas beyond, like, it's funny. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah.
Like, it's hard to justify. Why should these people be given such power? Like, why should these people even think they have a say? Surely, you know, just as, like, it would be insane to expect to have a say in, like, the field of mathematics without doing any study, or just being, like, completely wrong with no proof. Like, surely there's no reason why the average person should have a right to participate in politics.
But this just sounds like technocracy. Like,
I'm
I
not saying
think you're
technocracy.
just becoming a Dungist.
I mean, it's not technocracy. I think what you're thinking of is... Well, maybe you are thinking of technocracy. But, like, I mean, I don't know if I'm agreeing with technocracy, because I'm not saying that, like, experts in their field should necessarily lead. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying, like, oh, and then you just hand all power over to the medical establishment to deal with, like, medical powers. That's what you believe, but that's not what I believe, right? Like, I'm saying leading itself is a skill, and we currently have a very poor stock of leaders.
Yeah, I'm a leader.
Goodbye, no thank you. Goodbye, swag money, max swag daily. Oh, I missed my fucking turn again. God.
I mean, I don't even disagree, but I feel like I disagree on where you're taking this conclusion. I think then the solution would be to just make everybody better at being a leader. And
But you
also
can't
to
do that,
reduce
right?
the actual role that individual people have. It seems like individual people have too much power, and also, like,
But everyone agrees things have to
Floor.
change. Whether you're left-wing or right-wing, everyone agrees that something is fundamentally wrong at the core of society. Right? Like, most people agree with this. Like, there needs to be some sort of big change. They can't agree on what it is, but everyone agrees that something is fundamentally wrong. No one's happy, wealth disparity, etc. If you don't give anyone any power, how is anyone ever supposed to make a difference and actually change it? You can't. Like, when you say this sort of thing, you're arguing for the status quo.
I don't know. I feel like you're just LARPing as Curtis Yarvin.
I mean, I don't believe Curtis Yarvin says different things than I'm saying.
They sound pretty similar, though.
A little bit.
Yeah. I don't know. Who can say? I feel like a lot of my political opinions can kind of just be like summed up with who can say. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's possible. It's techno-industrial society, Dead Kennedy said.
What's techno-industrial society?
Yeah. Oh, which thing are you referring to, mister?
When this baby hits 88 miles an hour.
That's like... I don't even know. I'm trying to do math right now. That's like 141... Wait, no. That's like 140 kilometers, right?
I don't know.
Wait, you use that?
No, we don't. We use miles.
What?
Yeah.
This is a scam. Yo, chat, do your thing.
Do you
Fact check.
think?
Fact check me.
Everyone's left. There's no one in chat. It's just me and you.
Yeah, it seems like it's just like old times, right? Everyone leaves and then it's just us.
You and your little red book. Is it fucked up? You know those videos of like the Cultural Revolution where there's these big crowds waving like the little red book?
Yeah.
Like I could hella see you being one of these.
What? Okay, I'm actually insulted.
I don't know why I said that.
Especially because it seems like every belief I've ever had has been motivated by like just disliking what everybody else
That's
thinks.
true.
I'm just a contrarian. Like I don't know how you haven't figured this out that I'm just a contrarian.
We're all contrarians, it's fine. No one wants to just believe in the status quo.
Yeah, like I don't know. I don't know what technological society has done to me to make me like this, but whatever it is, like I don't know, it's so fucked because I end up thinking left-wing stuff and then I just end up wanting to be right-wing because I feel like it's against the system or whatever, you know?
Tell me what we're gonna do to make sure TikTok doesn't exist.
You butchered that.
I know. I just gave up.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, like, the thing is, I take my contrarianism to heart. I refuse.
But you're not even, the funny thing is that you're not even a contrarian. You just believe, like, everything that CNN believes, pretty much.
That is not true.
Like, you've literally, okay, here's some of Osaka's talking points. January 6th was a serious threat to our democracy. The COVID-19 virus is a deadly pandemic that's going to kill all of us if you don't mask up and take the vaccine.
Okay.
Like, these are Osaka's talking points.
No, that's
Joe Biden is the greatest president of our lifetime. After Obama.
It was FDR. And no, wait, no, it was Rutherford B. Hayes, Luis S. Grant,
I said it of our
Abe
lifetime.
Lincoln, FDR, and yeah, that's it. People don't like Rutherford B. Hayes. They don't remember. He was a based man. See, you don't even know who that guy is.
No, because I'm not American.
The Americans don't know who he is. Like, Americans don't know who he is, but I do. How is that CNN?
I feel like,
Exactly.
don't you have to memorize the presidents in like primary school in America?
No.
It's like
You have to
there's a
memorize
song
the
about it.
state. No,
It's called the
you can't fit.
President's Song.
You can't fit that many presidents in
It
one
goes like,
song.
oh,
There's
there's Abraham Lincoln and Georgetown Washington smoking on dope and hitting the Benjamin, you know? That's how it goes.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? No, there would be way too many. Like,
I'm sure someone's done.
don't know. Who was the first president from Vermont? He did the Chinese Exclusion Act. What was it? Was Chester something? I forget his name.
Chester Bennington.
Yo, Chester Bennington hit the pendulum.
Smackington the pendulum.
Yeah. Was it Chester Arthur? I don't actually know.
Chat, do your thing.
Chat, I got that from Keffels. Bro, I really am schizo sometimes. Like, this is just a random thing she said once. Have you noticed that I do this thing where I just take something people said once and then I just repeat it over and over?
But you also repeat it in like different contexts that don't make sense, or you just say something that's like vaguely similar.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I do have like, but the thing is, this is just how I think. Like when I'm
Chester A. Arthur was his name.
Yeah, okay, so I was right. But like, dude, like when I'm talking like this, you don't understand. I'm just verbalizing how I think. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a word cell or a shape rotator?
I'm neither.
You can't think
because I'm
at all.
Wait, no, I'm not Dote Smite. I have thoughts. Wait, they didn't hear that right.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay, well...
No, they didn't.
Okay. They can't know
They can't
that
know.
I made a...
You said they can't rotate shapes.
I don't know.
I think you're a word, so you don't strike me as much of a shape rotator.
What are these things?
Chat, do your thing.
It's so bad.
Joshua Wiley's a shape rotator.
Yeah?
Shadow Sazabi? I think a shape
Sabrina's
rotator.
the Shadow Witch.
Maliboom's a word cell.
Mullaboom is a word salad. What are these things? I don't know who they are.
A shape rotator is asking if you can you rotate shapes in your mind.
Yeah, I can.
And a word cell is like, do you have a strong internal monologue? Do you think in words?
Yeah. I have both of those.
Yeah, me too. I also have both.
Yeah.
I'm mainly a word cell, like I mainly think in words, but I can rotate shapes if I need to.
I can rotate shapes fast with a lot of depth and stuff.
Yeah, mine's just okay. It's like mid tier.
Yeah, like I can see them like 3D.
I mean, I can see them 3D too, but it's not like amazing detail.
It's 3D and I can move it and it's fast.
Yeah.
But it also looks like a PS1 game because that makes it easier for my RAM to process, I think. Like,
You don't have RAM.
I think
The brain is not a computer.
I was gonna say that. You took my line from me.
It's my line.
Exactly.
I'm gonna end the stream once I
It's
deliver this
mine.
delivery, by the way.
I don't know.
Once I deliver this baby.
What? I thought Dote Smite couldn't do that. She really is, or they really are a mind virus. This is what women do. They get pregnant.
Quote, no thank you, 2023. This is what women do. They get pregnant.
Yeah, I mean, am I not saying something? Like, I don't know what's happening. Like, but no, like, I like, it makes it easier on my I won't say RAM because you don't like that. It makes it easier on my like processing skills to kind of see the shape like a PlayStation shape. Yeah.
I mean, the thing that I bring this up every time someone talks about this, but it frustrates me to no end how no one mentions this, is that visualization isn't like a genetic thing, it's just a skill you can practice. Maybe like how much you by default do it isn't your choice, but if you were to choose to sit down every day and spend like an hour practicing visualization, you would get better at it. Well, I don't know about your particular, anecdotal experience, but I know if you like, because this happens to like Olympic athletes, visualization training is an important part of a lot of I know it's a different thing, but when they visualize, so part of training part of the visualization training that Olympians and like athletes do isn't just using visualization to practice, they can't practice for whatever reason. Like sports like bobsleigh, where you just physically can't do more than like a few runs a day without injuring yourself, or like cliff diving. Visualization is very important in those sports. What do you mean? That's not what they talk. That's not what they do. They literally visualize, like in their minds, like they're running through it in first person. That's true.
That is true. Yeah, aphantasiatic people literally don't believe it when you tell them that people can do this. They just have brain damage.
I see. Well, I'm more so saying that people can practice it. Like, if I really want to, because I know this from experience as well. Because there was a while where I was trying to make a talk and one of the things you do to make a talk is you have to get really good at visualization, because that's kind of what a talk is. And so there was like a month where I was practicing visualizing Rotom, the Pokemon Rotom, for a while, and I got really good. I've lost the skill since then, but I can visualize Rotom very clearly. You can train any aspect of your brain. Yeah, I agree. You can train any aspect of your brain. The point that I'm trying to make here is that like this isn't like some innate, like I'm just trying to push back at the idea that like being a poor visualizer is like some innate flaw in your character, or maybe whether or not it's a flaw, like some innate aspect of your character even. And like maybe there are people out there who are like, man, I feel bad because I can't rotate shapes or whatever. It's like the chances are you can probably practice getting better at rotating shapes, because that like it's not something anything, it's just a skill that can be lost. And another example of this is that like there's visualization, and there's also the equivalent of that, which is called audiation, which is ability to like imagine sounds. I think also another thing is that you're just like you're just autistic and you interpret people's like metaphors too clearly. It's very hard to explain it. I believe it. It would not surprise me if every single person was as good.
You see it in your mind's eye.
I see it in your mind. Sure.
Yeah, you have brain damage.
It's very hard to explain. Like You said you can imagine sounds, right? Yeah, but that's like when you say you can imagine sounds, like, that's what it like. That is it. Imagining sounds. Like when you imagine a shape, what do you mean by imagining a shape? Like what can you do? Because you said I can imagine a shape, but I can't like see it. How do you like perceive that? Well, in order to know it, you have to perceive it somehow. How can you know something without? Yeah, but even with the fact, like for me, if I know a fact that
It's just saying a cube exists.
you just, yeah, Osaka says that's just saying a cube exists. Yeah.
That is not... Yeah, that is not what me and No can do.
Yeah, and I think Osaka probably has stronger visualization skills than I do. But I would be willing to bet I have stronger audiation skills than they do.
Nope.
Well, I would be willing to bet that just because I practice it a lot when I'm making music.
What do you mean by autodidactic? Like, what do you mean?
I didn't say that word, so I don't know what that word means.
You said auditorium.
I said audiation. It's like the sound version of visualization.
Oh, okay.
Like
so you
able to hear
mean you
a song
find
playing
more
in your head.
specific sounds and so on?
No, I mean, so like being able to hear a song in your head in high detail.
Oh, I just do that all the time.
Yeah, so do I. They're probably about the same. I just have very strong audiation. Like, probably just because I do it all the time.
The thing is, I don't do it on purpose. It just happens to me because I just think about the same music over and over again.
Yeah. I mean, I do that too, but then I also am like creating music, so that's why I said it's probably a little better, is because I'm not only imagining sounds that I've already heard before, but I'm then imagining sounds that are like original to me. This is correct. If you read this comment that Anime Sama said,
Yeah.
I don't think you can't see things.
I know what you're talking about because I have visualization skills from high.
I see.
Yeah. It's like I know what
I
visualization is. Like you get visual data from imaginary concepts. Like
Okay.
I understand it's not that you literally
Yeah.
see it, but you get the data. Like, if I'm not smoking heavy weed, I don't get the visual data.
Yeah. No, I understand.
When I tried to tell Dotesmite about hyperphantasia, they thought it wasn't real. They were like, I've never even heard of that. No way.
You can imagine smells of... Okay, that makes sense.
So,
Haptic, I've never thought about. I guess I can kind of... I don't know really thought of it. I can't really do that very well.
No. I literally have the
Biting a towel.
Stupid bitch.
I like biting a towel. You know when it's wet and you suck the juices? I love that. Sorry.
What?
Do you never suck towel juices, Osaka?
I don't know where that is.
You know a towel, like the thing you dry yourself off with.
I'm not dry at all. But what I have to tell you something.
Tell me it.
I said in the chat Google hyperphantasia, but they deleted my comment, and also what I wanted to tell you is that this anime watcher guy, her comment is wrong, because I have hyperphantasia, and when I envision something in my head, not only is it like I'm seeing it there, it's like I am there. It physically feels like I'm there.
I don't know what you're talking about, but sure.
Google. Wait, no, I can send.
No, I don't know what comment you're responding to. No one called anime watchers in the chat.
This guy, Anime Depot. Wait, let me find it. I clicked on
Anime
your channel.
Sama?
Yeah.
What did they say?
I don't know.
I don't think you can see things in your head, but you can imagine that you see it, so it's more abstract.
Yeah, and I said to Google hyperphantasia.
Oh, I see. I don't think you have hyperphantasia.
A psychiatrist told me. I really don't like it. Dotesmite said this to me too, that fucking malware.
I do think you have hyperphantasia. I don't know why I said that. I believe you. I don't know why I said it, I'm sorry. I just said it to trigger you for no reason. Just being a bit of a menace.
Okay, I thought it was the malware. I'm sorry.
I don't like this malware thing.
It's because they've encroached on our lives like this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You went to some bad websites and you left with it like your leg.
You just have this obsession with Dotesmite. It's very strange.
I don't. I'm just worried for my friend's safety.
Do I seem unsafe?
I don't know what they could do at any moment.
I'll tell you what they could do at any moment. They could probably grind Slayer for another 1,000 hours. That's probably what they'll do.
I mean, they just seem generally unpredictable. I don't trust them.
That's strange. I feel like Dotesmite is by far the most predictable person I know.
Yeah, but I don't understand them.
I see.
I don't understand their motivations or their intentions. I feel like at any moment they could, you never know what they're gonna do.
I don't agree with that necessarily. Sometimes, but that's everyone. I wouldn't say Dotesmite is more unpredictable than most people.
I don't know. I just feel like they're dangerous.
That's strange.
It's not meant to be explained. It's just a warning.
It's just a warning?
What do you mean?
Are you getting transmissions that are telling you this?
No, I'm not. No one told me this. I told me this. I don't know. I worry about things sometimes.
I don't know. It's very strange.
What's strange about it?
You're saying it's a warning. I don't know. It doesn't seem to make any sense. It seems a little disconnected from reality.
I don't know. It's just everything changed after you got with that one person. I'm just trying to.
I think you have a delusion. Because isn't that what a delusion is? It's when confronted with facts that disprove them, they still believe it.
I don't know.
I think we had a big discussion about this and came to conclusions that disprove it, and then you've just gone back to believing it for some reason.
I don't know. It's just I don't know. They just make me feel bad.
It's strange. Okay, well, we've had a good stream, guys. We've established that democracy is a failed experiment. That the Soviet Union probably wasn't that great. We've established that Osaka is a normie, and that I fell off, and that Dotesmite is evil, maybe? I don't know.
I have one statement to make as my final statement.
Osaka has a final statement.
This is what democracy looks like.
Thanks for watching.